Quick greetings. Welcome to another video. We wanted to today pick up where we left off in the last video because the topic came up about Indians and free persons. And as I looked into this further, I realized it's very important that American Indians not confuse themselves with free persons. And just because they add free persons of color to the free persons, it doesn't speak to the standing of an American Indian. A free person in this system is someone that broke away from European nobility. But Indians didn't have to break away from European nobility because we were not subjected or subjects to the European nobility. Free persons is very interesting. It's just a very interesting term in a country that is said to have started as a free country. That's not exactly true if the people, not the Indians, if the people had to break away from nobility, that means America was not, I should say, the United States was not a free country at the beginning. And truth be told, it never, ever was. It never even became a free country. Okay? How does that happen? It happens because you always have to go with how a thing was first. What was it when it first came on the scene? That's what it's always going to be. Generally speaking, that is the case with the United States. It did not start off as a place of freedom. It was a place where British nobility, namely, but other nobility as well, but namely the British nobility seems to have this dominant, thing going on. But it was a place where European nobility could rule from a distance. And you might imagine that if the rulership got hostile, well, how convenient it is to have your subjects on another continent. So the possibility for a worse domination by foreign nobility, it seems more obtainable through long distance domination. You're being dominated by some rabid nobility, right? Like King James, right? And then when he feels like taxing you and you get upset and you have a rebellion, he ain't nowhere near to be found, right? He's safe, right? So, what was the United States really supposed to be? It was, whether they will admit it or not, it had the highest possibility for what some would call an iron fist domination from afar. At least when you are on the same landmass as your king or queen, you can let him know or her know how you feel, right? But if he's on a whole other continent, thousands of miles away, he's safe and sound sitting on his little throne, right? And you over here just being dominated by people he's sending to dominate you. And unfortunately, we American Indians most definitely fell victim to this worse than anybody, because they had to deal with the fact that this is not their land, these foreign nobility, right? So I think the major goal of this video is to try to show that when we go to really do what we have to do, we won't be anything but American Indians. We better not be, okay? Because we're by calling ourselves, like, we all know about the black misclassification, but I think we're still unclear about the free persons. And again, this is not to put down any Indians that said otherwise. This is just for all of us. I had to look deeper myself because it came up, in a video that I watched about Indians being free persons. No, we would never. Well, let's take a look. First, we're going to look at the Constitution. Okay? I should have had this already scrolled to the top, all right? Okay, so how is the Constitution showing us that we're just Indians? We're not anything else but Indians, right? Let's jump to where we're mentioned, as we always do. We don't really, it's not any of our business what these foreigners are doing with themselves, really, right? I mean, it does become our business when we realize that they're infringing not only on our land, but they're trying to say that they have dominant rights over us as well. So that's when it becomes Indians' business to know what the hell is going on here, right? So let's read this and see if we can deduce the difference between free persons and Indians right here in the Constitution. So, as we always read about Indians not taxed, representatives, Heru, and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to the respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons. So that's a red flag, right? Because you're going to be counted. Because you're the first thing that's counted, free persons for taxation. And we know that Indians are not taxed. So we can't be one of these free persons at the gate, right? We're just trying to make sure we're all on the same page because Indians have some serious moves to make. And we just have to be clear. We can no longer mix ourselves with other foreign entities, such as Moors. Okay. And those are the real important ones because they look like us. So it's even more critical that we don't mix with Moors. They have an ideology that is foreign to us. If you're asking why do you keep insisting that we're so different from Moors? I do so because I've done my education. I got my education on the Moors. That's number one. But I do so again because they have a different ideology. They're a young people, although they claim to be older. They're in actuality extremely one of the youngest religions. They are religious based. They're religion based. No matter what they say, they are religion based. Okay, because they are far too associated with Islam to not be associated with Islam. That's their main thing. Now, more can be Hebrew as well as a Christian, right? So I think why Moors like to refer to American Indians as Moors is due to our conversion. I stress the word conversion. We had to be converted to be Christians because we were not. So right there, that should tell you we were never Moorish or we were never Moors because we didn't have any Abrahamic religions or traditions over here in the Americas. That came with the Moors. and whoever else they sicked on us. So, to be very clear, this is why it's so important to distance and disassociate from Moors when you're going to take your land back. It has to go to you, the American Indian, not to the Moors. They've already had our land. We see what happens when they rule our land. We get called black. We get made the lowest in the caste system. We don't have any land rights. We're being dominated by the doctrine of discovery. Now, you have to rationalize who's more likely to be for as opposed to against a doctrine of discovery. Let me set it up for you. If you, as an American Indian, are not Christian, right, versus a Moor who is Islamic, Christian, or Hebrew, wouldn't they be more for a doctrine of discovery which forces the Abrahamic tradition onto indigenous people or so-called indigenous people? So are you able to see, as an American Indian, the difference in ideology between a Moor and an Indian? It would benefit a Moor, not an Indian. History is more than shown us. It benefits a Moor, not an Indian, to have a doctrine of discovery. I'll say this again. Who of the two different types of quote unquote Negro people get more of a benefit from the doctrine of discovery? Would that be American Indians who know nothing about Judeo-Christian religions or Islamic? Or Moors who live, breathe, and find their life in the Abrahamic traditions? So who is being taken over versus who is getting the benefit of you as an American Indian getting taken over with this religious system? That would be a Moor. So even though he looks like you have completely different ideologies, the Moor has an Abrahamic ideology. The Christian had it forced upon them with the doctrine of discovery. Who did the doctrine of discovery benefit more in terms of spreading an ideology that was foreign to American Indians? And again, that ideology is Abrahamic. It is not just Islam. It is Christianity. It is Hebrew Israelitism, as well as Islamic. That is and has always been the big problem between two people who look the same but are not, two people who are called Negro but do not share the same ideology. And with that ideology comes a whole bloodline, right? So it's not even just an ideology. Now we're talking. Now they're claiming a whole bloodline with this uh, character that they know of to be Abraham, right? Indians have nothing to do with this. I'm I guess what you would call, I don't know what you call it. It's like, I think on this subject, I'm clean cut type. I'm very clean cut on this. I don't try to get it confused. I'm of the mind, as you may know by now, of letting all of what colonizer brought here go, all of it. The religion, the laws, common law. A lot of our Indians think common law was somehow our law. No, that wasn't ours either. Because if we keep holding on to what colonizer brought, colonizer gets to stay and dominate you with that ideology. That's why, in my humble opinion, I always advocate letting it all go. A whole new start. A whole new start. So let's get back to this. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union according to the respective numbers, which shall be determined by counting. Let's change the word adding to counting, because that's exactly what it is. Counting the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years. It took me a long time to realize that that was also a grab of indentures. So they really had us on lockdown as American Indians. They had several ways that they could interpret this Constitution to have their way with us. Because what you're reading with that, again, this was only recently that it dawned on me. We're breaking spells, y'all. That's what we're doing. We're breaking spells. All of this is done with spellings of words, using words interchangeably when they shouldn't be used interchangeably. Multi-purpose words that have multiple meanings. That's a grab. So what did we just read? Now we're finding out finally that even indentures were supposed to be counted in the census. So we could say, what we could say here is that it's still saying excluding Indians, right? Not tax. But again, they make the law so that they know how to break the law. You see what I'm saying? So of course they will be interpreting this in the way that is most detrimental to American Indians, because it's the American Indians' lands that are being stolen. So even though we could interpret this to say those bound to service for a term of years, they must be talking about people who are not Indians, because it's to exclude Indians not taxed, right? So, and then lastly, they finish it off with 3/5 of all other persons. What is the message here, American Indians? You don't want to be associated with any quote unquote person, a free person, a term of service person, or 3/5 of all other persons. Indians are none of these persons. Indians are Indians, not taxed. And with all this confusion of, mistaking us for free persons of color, no. Free from what? These people in this Constitution, again, they are breaking away from their European nobility. What are Indians breaking away from? Well, ultimately, we would be breaking away from both British nobility, European nobility, and the United States. Yeah. So, luckily for the free persons, they only had one entity to break away from. That was the British nobility and whatever other foreign nobility they were subject to. But American Indians, we have to break away from the European nobility, Moors, right? We have to break away from the Moors, right? And we have to break away from the United States. Because what we read was that the United States took the place of the British nobility once they established their independence. So these slaves, these foreign slaves or subjects, get their independence from their oppressor, and the first thing they do is become the oppressors of American Indians? After it is said that we helped you to break away from your foreign nobility that really you should be going back to and fighting your battles on your own land? So after it is said that we helped these foreigners, including the Negropean foreigners, We help them break away from their nobility. They turn around and subject us to their bullshit. I said in one of my videos, it seems to me they're a little bit worse than the British monarchy, and I never thought those words could ever come out of my mouth. But they have to be, because they know what it's like to have your freedom stripped away from you, to have your birthright stripped. Well, I don't know if they know about birthright, but they know what it's like to be made subject when you're not, or you don't want to be. Well, see again. This is why we're not like these people, these free persons. They had nobility, and unfortunately, when you have a nobility, you are subject to that nobility. So see, even I'm getting it mixed up because I'm acting like we didn't have these kind of subjections to foreigners, but the foreigners, they were subjected to the kings and queens of their homeland, right? So their solution was just leave our home. That's never a solution. That is never, ever, ever a solution. You do not leave your home to break away from oppression. You deal with the oppression in your home. That's what the big lesson of American Indians finally coming through. Thank you to the ancestors. Thank you to the ancestors. So already, I hope we're getting an idea of the difference between Indians not taxed and free persons. What is this reading telling us? It's telling us that free persons, whether they are black or colored, or white or colored, they are to be taxed. They are represented in Congress, not American Indians. This is why the mixing of American Indians with Moors is so critical to American Indians. You're mixing apples and oranges. You cannot be an American Indian and a Moor unless you are very much aware of your birthright superseding a Moor. You have to be so aware of that. You have to be so clear that as an American Indian, this is my birthright. First and foremost, I have to be an American Indian to claim this birthright. If I'm claiming something dual, like I'm an American Indian and a Moor, well, all you're doing is making yourself subservient to full American Indian. And I am definitely claiming to be a full-on American Indian. I'm not, there's nothing Moorish about me unless a Moor is defining me. That's when I become Moorish. Unfortunately, I am self-defined. Unfortunately. So let's say that one more time. If you are semi-Indian because you're a Moor and you married into an American Indian family, you still don't get to dominate a full-on Indian who is not claiming anything Moorish. Not one iota of anything Moorish. Moors, originally, when they first entered the scene, they are not American. Why? Because Moors denied that America even existed. Moors said that America is a new world. We just say it all the time, y'all, till it makes sense. So that's the first problem with a Moor. Only after American Indians start waking up does a Moor magically become aware that America existed. What is he doing? He is trying to take your birthright, whether he knows it or not. Historically, when they enter the scene, and what did we say at the beginning of this video? You have to go to the origin to find out what the thing was, what it really was. What is a Moor? By his own admission, and unless we allow them to shapeshift, what was he originally? A North African Berber. North what? North African Berber. North what? North African Berber. Like we say, a Moor wants to claim all of America and yet does not want to claim, not want to claim the entire continent of Africa. They only claim the North. Right there, what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, is a people who, number one, are denying their own birthright, right? They don't want the entire continent of America. They prefer to only be known as North Africa. So even on their own continent, they're creating division. What the hell do you think is going to happen once they come to American Indians' land? They're divided on their own continent, Africa. They only want North Africa, but they want the entire width, breadth, and length of the Americas. This is what they're claiming. So they poo-poo on their own birthright in its fullness, and they say that's the largest continent. Of course, we don't believe it, but that's what they say about it. Okay, if you want to believe it, go right ahead. Why don't you want the largest continent on Earth when that would make you the largest birthright land holder on Earth? Why are you not interested? And Indians, this is a serious question. Because when it dawned on me, it like to knock me down. How I've always only heard, and all of us, North Africa. They specify North Africa, North African Berbers, North Africa, Middle East. What is that telling me? I have a poor excuse of a man who despises his birthright in its entirety. What is wrong with the land outside of North Africa? What will a Moor cook up to explain that one? Why does a Moor and the Moorish legacy only take ownership of North Africa when they have the whole entire large continent of Africa to account for? Yet again, when they come to America, oh no, that's all ours. We're Moors in America. You're delusional. You're a delusional rabid thief. That's what you are. I'm telling you what you are. You take so much liberty to tell me who I am. Well, when I speak, this is what I say of you. What is it about the continent of Africa that North African Moors so despise? Yet America, they love. It's not theirs. They covet it. I thought their Bible said, thou shalt not covet. Well, when you write the Bible, as we learned in Yaqub, Father of Mankind, in that publication by Moors, we learned that they wrote the Bible and the Quran. That's the Old Testament, New Testament, and the Quran. So when you created, see, American Indians, what we are trying to show you is that when you create something, you get to speak about what that thing is about to the exclusion of all others. So the Moors are taking credit for writing the Bible. So that means they don't have to go by any 10 commandments, you see? What that means, how does that play out? What it means is they wrote something that they want to push on other people, but they know how to shall we say, elude those very same laws when they want to and when they need to. Now, they'll put some laws on your back that they're not putting on their own back. Why? Because they have creation rights. They created that Bible. I said that, not God, me. Y'all just think it's God because I told you that's what God said. But the black man is God. The African, North African Berber man is God. Yeah. What you have, ladies and gentlemen, again, we tried to say this before. In the book that they wrote, Moors wrote this book, Black Moors, right? They constantly speak of brothers who don't get along, starting with Cain and Abel. And what's interesting about their stories about brothers not getting along, it's often the ill-meaning brother, the brother that's doing the most in terms of being against anything right or righteous. That brother is sort of given the pass, and that brother is celebrated. We see that in the Cain and Abel story, the good guy, Abel, oh, he got murdered. And then the bad guy, God says he's going to protect him from getting what is due him for murdering his brother. So somebody help me out here, but it looks like the bad guy got away with murder, and then he gets this protection. And this is something that the Moors, this has nothing to do with quote unquote Jewish people, has nothing to do with Caucasian. We are strictly talking about the men that we hear tell us, whisper to us, that we actually created that Bible, that Quran. It was black man, me and you. No, it wasn't me, yo. It was you, bro. Remember, we're not Judeo-Christian over here. You are. You wrote that. And then you assigned the different religions to certain races of people. And then you want me to join in that family feud. This is what the Moor has brought to the world, y'all. Indians can't take credit for that book because the Moor has already done that. And we, evidenced by us not knowing anything about it, any Abraham, we can't take credit for what they call the Holy Scriptures, right? That it's their Holy Scripture. And it was forced on American Indians. And some American Indians are determined to make that their Holy Scriptures. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those. You have to be crystal clear about who you are before you take your stand, because you're going to get pulled back in, y'all. You didn't create it, so they know how to pull you back in when you accept it. It's already built in, y'all. It's already built in. That's why you have to let it go. You have to let it all go, y'all. I think the good news to me is that I think there's more Indians starting to realize that. I really do. This is a package deal, y'all. This is a package deal. It all has to go back to the Moors so that they can be more clear on who they are. As long as you keep grabbing it, Moors are confused, and they're willing to stay in that confusion. Why? Because they're after your land. They want all of America, Indian. So where that gonna leave you? In the ocean? Oh, that's where they love for you to be. That's where they really love for you to be, y'all. I guess let me look at it this way. Try to use some common sense that the ancestors provide. Since they don't want the whole entire Africa, I guess that's where they intend to put us. I mean, that's what all evidence is pointing to, right? They call us African American like it's freaking like that. It came as a one word. They act like that was the word African American, which is always that was how it was written from the inception. African American. Now, they're not saying we're North African American. In fact, they tend to say that we're West African. So you, the one who said we all one, we all the same, we are family, like a giant tree. Shut up with that bullshit. You are making clear-cut divisions because you more are North African. And when you do put us on the same continent with you saying we West African. So once again, the more is one-upping American Indians, fooling us again, right? We always fall for the guy that looks like us. All we got to do is look like us, and that's us, right? American Indian. And then for the next 500 years, you wonder why you ain't got no rights whatsoever in your own land. And got the more grinning and skinning because he done feel like he done won the grand prize. Hey, you know, filling our land with all the people that he said he brought here because he wanted unity. Yeah, this is the one that wants a one world order, but then sets about making all kinds of different races that they admit that that is something they did. If you so concerned with one God and one world order, then why did you set out to make so many different people and give them so many different versions of your religion, which is monotheistic with three different deities? Make that make sense. It all came from one source, y'all. They said, as we said just a little while ago, they're the ones who told us in their book of Yahoo that they created the Bible and the Quran. Now that's uh three religions in two books. Three religions in two books. The Bible and the Quran. The two religions in the Bible are uh Judeo slash Christian, and the one that stands alone is Islam, the Quran. So that is what you get from the entity that's all about unity. If you wanted unity so much and you wanted a one world order so much, why didn't you just create one God for all the people? You didn't do that, right? Okay, so then you're not even all that you claim to be. You say you want a one world order, but you got three different religions fighting each other, basically at odds. So the Moor is a liar on top of everything else, my God. On top of everything else, my God. What is this entity? What is this beast? What happened? Why? 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 And we going off topic again with these MFs. But I think we are safe to say, I hope, free persons get counted for representation and taxation where Indians do not. So Indians can't be free persons. We weren't. Those were the Moors. Those were the Moors. They had to break away from their rabid king, right? The whole thing was ill-founded, ill-conceived. You don't break from a king by running from him. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. If you are born to a land and you don't want the rulership there, you don't go run into somebody else's land that he put you on, no less. Because you didn't really run from him. He sent you here. Oh God, I'm getting it twisted. Oops. Because the story is so convoluted, it doesn't really make sense. These people didn't literally run from their oppressor. Their oppressor put them here. It's crazy. Oh my God, I can't with this story, yo. It makes your brain have to work overtime because it's just too much going on. too much room for lies. But that's what Moors need because the narrative really doesn't make sense. So now let's restate this whole thing with the little bit of clarity that we just had to find. They weren't escaping from their nobility in actuality. Their nobility made them an offer that they could. What we hear, well, one of the narratives is that these were prisoners and people that were sentenced to life in jail in Europe, but or they could come here and be colonists for King James. So in a way, again, they were not given the offer of quote unquote freedom or even quote unquote liberty. What they were given was a jail sentence, just not in jail or physical jail. They serve out their jail sentence in a quote unquote new world, and you better fight whoever the king is asking you to come up against because that's part of your sentence too. Once you're over there, now you got to fight my battles. Oops, did you think I was trying to give you freedom? When I tell y'all King James was a hot, whole stank ass mess, a man, he's a rabbit on power that the popery gave him, and he just took it quite literal. Even the popes was like, wait a minute, though. You know, I think even the popes was like, what did we crown here? This man is taking it literal. He thinks he got more power than we, the popes, do. Huh? Yeah, that's who King James was, y'all. He was delusional. He was, I believe the man was drunk on his own Kool-Aid. Uh, he was just he somewhere in his learning, he just became obsessed with America. I think he saw, or he probably definitely knew of what happened with Columbus, because that happened, before. Excuse me. I don't believe there was a Britain when Columbus came here. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Uh, so when he learned of Columbus, I just think he kind of, I don't know, uh, he might have found out that he had some Indian blood. Not saying he was an American Indian. I'm just saying that he probably found out that there's some kind of blood somewhere, and then he just decided, well, I'm going to take over. Shoot, take it over. But they still needed to capture who they refer to as Pocahontas, right? I do believe she was key in this assumption of power. And we saw the size of Virginia, right? That's what King James got, y'all. That was the charter for the original Virginia, the entire area of what is now called the United States. And it fits into their Judeo-Christian narrative because from the Virgin, all the other states are born, right? So in other words, in his world, somehow, some twisted way, he's mimicking the virgin birth, y'all. First of all, he was the virgin birth, and then the states were the afterbirth, I guess, because he saw Jamestown was in Virginia, so it looked like he's making a religion sort of the template of the how he's taken over this country with the religion. So little Jamestown was born from the Virgin Mary called Virginia in his mind, twisted psychotic uh I don't even know what to call it, y'all. I don't even know. Um, so we just want to make sure we know that there's a difference between free persons and Indians, right? Free persons get taxed. Free persons are enumerated. Free persons have representation in Congress. Indians don't. So again, if they tack on free persons of color, it's still not applicable to American Indians. We're not free persons, whether that it's a colored person or a white person. The colored person and the white person are subject to the United States, and American Indians not taxed are not. So we're gonna hopefully, you know, do a rough draft of some kind of petition to remind this corporation of who Indians not taxed are. We're not part of you. We need our land. You're on our land, in fact. And part of the penalty for misclassifying us should be that you just surrender our lands to us, and now you owe us. All them billions and trillions of public debt that you say is owed to you is actually owed to American Indians. But again, American Indians, we don't want their fiat dollars in our pocket. You don't want no. They control those. They control those debt notes. What we say, if Indians agree, I don't anything that has me paying for it is supposed to be given to me. It's like it's very similar to what the illegal immigrants got, but it's much more than what they got. It's the same concept. They come here and they got a freebie, right? Well, ours is not a freebie because it's our land and we never got compensated, even though some Indians believe that this was some kind of commercial deal. No, it wasn't. That's another thing, American Indians. We weren't in any commercial agreement because that requires a contract. And there are certain elements to a contract that were not present when oh God, I can't even say we were not involved in this, y'all. What does it take for American Indians to really pull out of this system and stop believing the lies, though? They had the doctrine of discovery. That means they didn't have to do business with us, American Indians. Please get that in your Rolodex, your mental Rolodex. You can't do business with someone who feels that they can take from you without having to do business with you. I mean, they can go through the motions, but you have to know that that was just for you. When they knew, they had a whole other set of laws going on, American Indians. So what does that mean? There was no meeting of minds. There was no meeting of minds. A contract in their world requires a meeting of minds. Also, an offer and an acceptance. What was the offer? To take all our land? That's the offer American Indians think we agreed to? Why would we do that? Why would we do that? That is not how you would do business. You don't give all your goods to somebody. What, for fiat? Well, then we should have been again. We should have been not having to pay for shit with all the cost of what land should cost, and you having making a killing off of our natural resources. We should have been. I'm telling you, American Indian, you there. If there was a middle class and a first what do you call it, first class, whatever, we would have had to have been first class on the social ladder if we were really doing business. This was not a business deal. It was masquerading as business. This was conquest with the doctrine of discovery. Say it with me, Indians. Say it with me and free your mind. This was, come on now, let's say it together. Come on. This was, this was not business, not business, This was this was conquest. Conquest. Say it and free your mind. And you really need to stop with these illusions and delusions being given to you by Moors, who are the main ones who are obsessed with commerce. Why? Well, if I were to take a guess, I would say because they don't got shit. Reason why you want everybody else's shit because you don't got it. That's my guess. That's just my guess. I also think that's why you don't want nothing to do with uh Africa be outside of North Africa. I think the Moors know pretty darn well what Africa working with, y'all. We looked at the poorest countries in the world, right? You think them Moors want to be associated with that? Who they want to be associated with? Who they keep saying they are? They say they American Indians like us. That is not possible, yo. That is not possible. Oh no, it's not possible. You better go back to your home continent and fix up that mess, and then maybe you'll be more inclined to own that mess. You come in here grabbing our shit and we get misclassified, and you act like you don't know how that happened? Give me a damn break. You are the freaking masterminds of any caste systems on earth. You definitely knew above all other people you knew. Playing stupid. Got these Scottish people talk about they black Scots. So you're in a caste system? So are you the lowest in your caste system that you're so proud of? Because American Indians are not proud of it. We're not proud of being called black. So for some Scot to get on the YouTube or whatever social media and act like it's so cool to be a black Scottish, you mean it's cool to be a fool? Is that's what it sounds like to American Indians who know the value of being called black, which has no value. You better stay a Scottish, yo, bro. If you're as smart as you trying to come off as, you know better than to call yourself black. That's what Moors do. Confuse shit. Anyway, so we're keeping the screen on so people know what's the difference between free persons and Indians not taxed. Free persons will be uh, counted by adding the free persons with those bound to service for a number of years. They're talking about indentures. Service for a number of years. Those are indentures, not slaves. Excluding Indians. So Indians, we're not free persons. I just want you to grab it. Now, if you're a Moor, yes, you're a free person. Yes. If you're an American Indian, no, you're not a free person. Whether it's a free person of color or any other kind of free person. You're not a person, period, because the Constitution calls you an Indian. And even though that's a misnomer, we know that Indians are the owners of America. So we just got to say, yeah, that's us, but you called us Indians. We're really Americans. But see, I hope we are seeing the different ways words are used to sidestep the issue. What's the issue? The issue is that when you come to a land that you're calling America, you don't find Indians, you find Americans, not cons. You're the con. We're just the cans. Okay? So already they're playing a word spell on the entire earth. They're insisting that when they came to America, they found Indians. But if you come to America, again, you're going to find Americans. So then they say, oh, he did that because he thought he was in India. Okay. Once he found out and the world found out that he wasn't in India, why are you still calling us Indians? Because he's the man. Whatever he say goes. We don't care. That got nothing to do with reality. We just go with him because he discovered. Well, no, he's probably the first paper genocider. Yeah, political genocider. And us running with his mistake, wouldn't that put us in error as well as himself? Who runs with an error though? And then puts it in legislation. Because we were being genocided ever since Columbus got here, yo. Because he came to what is known as America, but he found Indians in America. And then they called us West Indian because they try to act like there was an India in the East when there was not. That's how confusing a Moorish system is, y'all. That's Indians don't got nothing to do with all these name games, yo. I'm of the mind that in my declaration, I say I reserve the right to self-identify. Why did I say that? Because I'm not convinced that this was called America. I'm trying to looking at all the lies that are told about us. I'm of the mind that who knows what this place was called. I know Heru makes sense. Heru, because Peru makes sense because that ties it to the ancient religious system. So of all the names, Peru kind of makes more sense to me. Peru, House of Heru. But I'm realizing that would have been all of the Americans. Heru, House of Heru. Why? Because we didn't have any Judeo-Christian characters. We had Heru. That's what we had. And a lot of Indians don't like to hear that. I'm sorry. You see, but I'm trying to grab from what I know to be strictly American. Whereas a lot of our American Indians are doing like a mixed bag, a little bit of Moor, a little bit of Native American, a little bit of Mali. And then that's what makes me an American. Oh boy. You done drank too much of the Moorish Kool-Aid again. I'm telling you, stop listening to them liars. They gotta make you a Moor any way they can. Even though, as we said, when they quote unquote rule the world, there was no America to be found. They didn't know nothing about America. Right, Moors? That's what we can safely say, because you never acknowledged we existed. So how can you be American when you didn't even know we existed? How could you be American, boy? Oh, because of Mali. I guess that's why they use Mali so much. That helps them to make this lie make sense because they're gonna claim, well, before Columbus came, Mali came. So everybody in North America and South America is originally from Mali. More sit your ass down. You talking real crazy. You gotta make these lies seem like they make sense, but it doesn't. Mali is a whole new thing, yo. Mali, yes, it existed prior to the Spanish invasion, but it didn't exist when America first came on the map. It did not. There was no such thing as Mali. Mali is an AD civilization, not a BC civilization. Mali is an AD or some say AC civilization. It did not exist when America united, according to Horace Butler in his book When Rocks Cry Out, when the Americas were united two quote unquote kingdoms under that would have been Narmer. So we go back, Narmer goes back to 3400 or 3150 BC when he united the two continents, North America and South America. Now, see, this does speak to the priesthood, y'all. Now, the priesthood was around, but because they change up the story, they it makes it a little bit confusing. But Narmer, the one that united the two quote unquote kingdoms, and the Moors are obsessed with kingdoms and so forth. So I believe Narmer was like the first emanation of what we might call a Moor. But see, that's me as an American Indian going by history as we know it versus a Moor mixing fable with history. Mixing fable. Well, they still have not validated this whole Abu Bakari situation, the Mali coming to America. That has never been validated. It's just something said. And so that's how we know that Moors, they're okay with, things that are not necessarily the truth. But if it works to make them American, okay, we see that as, although it hasn't been validated, but we believe it, even though there's no proof of it. We believe it. They just every way that they can to be American. It's very Indians, when you see someone that desperate to take what belongs to you, you should not be gravitating toward that thing. They're too thirsty. They're dangerous. When they're that thirsty, danger Will Robinson. That's too thirsty. They're running from something. They're running from something in West Africa as well as what they would call the southern parts of Africa. The Moors, I think they're running away from poverty. I really think that's because they're very obsessed with wealth. They're overly obsessed with wealth and being associated with wealth. Now, you can be quote unquote or seen as noble, right? You might call yourself nobility, but that doesn't mean you're wealthy. You see what I'm saying? So they prided themselves on some kind of nobility because they were attached to the priesthood. So the priests are making them feel like they're a special type, even though they broke as fuck. You see? But a lot of people know about what, the nobility in Europe. Now, these were black nobility and the struggles they were having. They did, come on, do we have to go there? Do I have to go there? We know that those black nobility was struggling, right? We've heard the stories about cleanliness and sanitariness and all that stuff, right? Do we need to go through them? No, right? We know this, but they're trying to make us think them was white people. Yet the Moors are the thirstiest things on earth for wealth. Europe started out with black Africans. That's another thing. They keep trying to act like the black nobility just sprung up in Europe. No. They came from Africa. Before they were European, they were African. That's another lie that the Moors tell. They try to become European. You were African first. They don't want who they are, American Indians. That's what. Now, they took away who you are. Why did they do that? Because they don't want to own who they are. They're taking your identity. Okay, so we looked at this is the Constitution once again. So the Constitution is making a distinction between free persons and Indians not taxed. That is the first mention of Indians. So Indians start out being mentioned as sovereigns, people who are not attached to the United States. We are not under the jurisdiction of the United States. But again, the United States had a safety switch with the doctrine of discovery. That's why everything they have done should be void for fraud. Why? Because you knew that anything we signed with you was to be overridden by the doctrine of discovery. And you're the only one who had a magic way out while Indians were being made to suffer under these unjust laws that allowed you to confiscate our lands, misclassify us, and all the other atrocities. It wasn't a legitimate contract, American Indians. Now, those American Indians that really think that this is some kind of business deal, this is a message to you. You got to get your head out of that mess. It was not a legitimate contract, even if it was some kind of a contract. It was illegitimate because the United States always had the doctrine of discovery, evidenced by Judge John Marshall's relying on the doctrine of discovery when it came to judging these federal Indians. They had to make federal Indians to pull them into that jurisdiction because as we read this, Indians not taxed are not federal, right? So they created federally recognized Indians so that they could pull them into court and make them lose. So then we were going to go to, we're not going to even deal with the Commerce Clause, y'all. We're not even going to deal with the Commerce Clause. This is weighty. Look at, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 lines of text say that we are not under the jurisdiction of the United States. Go down to the Commerce Clause, 1 line, Section 8, 1 line that mentions Indians, and this is what they're saying gave them the right to dominate. So you ignored all of this up here. You jumped from this, telling you that we're not part of your system, to this, and where you assume that you have complete and total authority over Indians. From this 1 line that says that you were to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among several states and with Indian tribes? What happened to the word with? Because you are regulating the commerce of Indian tribes. You're not regulating it with us. You've taken over all of our commerce, anything that we had that belonged to us, like our land, anything that we grew on our land, you have taken ownership of, and you call it commerce. Why does it look like conquest, Indians? Because it is. I just told you it is the doctrine of discovery. So even your Constitution gets overridden with the doctrine of discovery. This is what we're trying to tell American Indians who want their birthright back and don't understand why it seems so hard to get it back. Because you are not separating yourself. When you call yourself a free person, you're saying that I'm an Indian not taxed, but I'm also a free person that's supposed to be taxed. And so and automatically this system is going to know that you don't know what you're talking about. That's number one. And they're going to know that they can dominate you because you really don't know what you're talking about. If you knew what you were talking about, you'd be saying, oh no, I'm not a free person. I'm not a citizen. I'm not anything but an Indian not taxed. Down here, they're talking about Indian tribes. That's not an Indian not taxed. It's just a group of fakians, federal and civilized fakians, that the government knew it had to create them so that this Commerce Clause could apply to only them, not Indians not taxed. Now, of course, the government is going to try to make like, oh no, we meant Indians not taxed too. You're lying. Just like the lying Moors that created you and the religion that you bopped us over the head with. Somebody got to say. So yeah, They skipped all four lines of text to jump to this one where they can say, "Oh, regulating commerce means we own all your commerce. We tell you what to do, how to get there. We do. We have plenary authority. Plenary. Where's that word in the Constitution? This is the Constitution. We did this before. Let's do it again. Where's the word plenary? Find on this page the word plenary, please. Oh, it doesn't exist. So why is Congress saying that they have plenary authority? Oh, because of doctrine of discovery, they can say whatever the hell they want. They can interpret this piece of paper any old way they want. It's really not legitimate. So that means I entered into an illegitimate. If you're saying that I agree to this, that means I entered into an invalid contract because I wasn't aware that you're still using the doctrine of discovery. You know, I think Indians think that they're not using it anymore, right? But they were. Okay. Again, Judge John Marshall in the foundational case. What does foundational cases mean? It means that they were the first cases dealing with Indian tribes, not Indians, not taxable, but federal Indian tribes. In other words, the United States picks and chooses what Indians they work with, even though the Constitution didn't say they should do that. But they're not going by the Constitution. They're going by the doctrine of discovery. Oh, y'all didn't know? Well, that's why Heru telling you. Judge John Marshall relied on the doctrine of discovery when he took land away from the Cherokee and when he ruled that they don't have a right to sell land because they're only occupying the land. Them civilized tribes don't own shit. They are occupying the land that they are on. It is not theirs by birthright. That's what you get when you become federalized. That's why in an earlier video we said, do not join those damn federal tribes. They ain't got shit to give you. And the boss that they're under never want to give you shit, so you know you ain't gonna get shit. We're talking about Congress. They never intended for you to have shit. They're trying to get rid of you completely, plenarily. So yeah, this Commerce Clause is janky as I don't know what because they're inserting other things, y'all. What they are inserting is the idea of federal and civilized tribes, but they had to, just like they had to make us black, because that is what gets them to not have to go by this document. But they don't have to go by this document because of the doctrine of discovery, which has been repudiated, meaning the church that you relied upon to justify you stealing land from American Indians, that church said, nope, that's not what we don't no longer stand for that. So that means you've been made void, United States. You no longer have the backing of the church because they repudiated the doctrine of discovery. And then you're going to see people saying, oh, but they didn't rescind it. Not necessary. A repudiation will work just fine. That's how they do the system, y'all. They find some other word to make you doubt that the doctrine of discovery has been basically voided by the Catholic Church. They say, but they didn't rescind the doctrine of discovery. That's all right. They repudiated it. So, yeah. So again, we said we wasn't gonna look at the Commerce Clause, but we did for a minute. That look how one line, okay? There is no 14th Amendment in the original Constitution. This is the original Constitution, which I love to use because it really shows that when you go to the origin of a thing, we couldn't have been federal citizens because there was no such thing as a federal citizen when this document, the first Constitution, was drafted. There was no United States citizen, y'all. There was no, they might refer to a United States citizen in this document, but it did not mean that they were federal at the time. The federal United States citizen was created with the 14th Amendment. This document, the very first Constitution, for the United States has no 14th Amendment. I was very shocked to learn that it has no amendments. This is the original Constitution. Now, it's just as fraudulent as the other two. Why? Because the doctrine of discovery is what's really creating the body of laws, not the Constitution. I'll say it again, this is for Indians. The reason why this document is really not applicable, although we're going to go by it because we're just going to show the levels of fraud and the levels of unconstitutionality, right? But truly, this document, it is not the defining law of the land. What is the defining law of the land? The doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery, which has been repudiated. Which has been repudiated. Which has been repudiated. Which has been repudiated. So we go to the Constitution because we want to show that we're not lawless. But when the laws are janky, we're going to have to call that out. But don't call us lawless. We're working with what we got, right? We're not trying to come as some criminals, right? Like you are, right? You came as a criminal. You came as a thief. But then when we get like that, it's a problem. It's okay for you to steal. It's not okay for me to take back what you stole without going through this bullshit we looking at. Why do I call it bullshit? I call it that because when it comes to American Indians, this has not saved us, y'all. Why didn't it save us? Because this system was going by the doctrine of discovery and not by this document. And the only time they go by this document is when they can misinterpret it, like this clause right here, down here. When they got to add something. When you got to add something, that means you're not going by this document. What did they add? Well, they made regulate. They say it's to regulate commerce. Regulate means they're going to make laws. So how could you, in essence, regulate commerce means you're going to draft up laws about how commerce should go, right? That's how they're regulating it. I think they're making up different taxes as well with this regulating of commerce, which what I heard one state national say was that really the only thing that was supposed to be taxed was foreign goods. In other words, say there's commerce going on between the states. There shouldn't have been any taxes on that commerce between states because we're on the same landmass. And the idea is you want to encourage, not discourage, with any tariffs or taxes on the commerce. But this rabid beast, it takes tariffs and taxes any way it can from anybody, including Indians not taxed. Why can they get away with that? Because of the doctrine of discovery, y'all. It's the funny thing is, it's not so much that they're breaking the law. It's more so that they're going by a whole other set of laws that basically said what the doctrine of discovery said. If you go to a land and they're not Christians, you can take what you want. So you don't need a contract. This is what I'm trying to get Indians to see. The ones who really are stuck on, oh, we had a contract and they came here to do business with us. No, stop it, please. Please stop. You've got to understand what the doctrine of discovery is and what it did. Then you will know that there was nothing here that was on or under the approval of American Indians. It's all a farce, y'all. They could take what they want because of the doctrine of discovery. As we always say, we're just going to drum it. We're drumming this. Yes, I'm an American Indian beating this drum till it freaking breaks. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm doing. In case you didn't notice. This Indian beating a drum like you ain't never heard before. You ain't never heard a drum beat like this before. This document we're looking at was just window dressing, uh, that was dis disguising complete domination of a people, namely American Indians. This document was the window dressing to make it look like they was doing something in a lawful manner. This was all, this was war really waged upon us to steal our lands and then grow on our lands and have it only benefit foreigners and anyone else that they looking to, like they giving away some riches to somebody, like it's theirs to give. Can't talk reparations because reparations is simply giving back control of the land to the Indians, and anything that you took from them, they have to be compensated for it. That's how, see, they're not trying to do that, y'all. That's how we know they're not really going by law. You see? They're still saying, well, no, we had a right to do this because of the doctrine of discovery. That's why we don't have to give them reparations, because it was a right that we had. Yeah, well, they didn't feel like it was very righteous what you did to them, so you still don't even want to leave their land. You really actually think it's your home. That's the crazy part. You want to stay here, although you are the injustice that you're heaping on these people. In a regular scenario, you'd be so up for a beatdown, so up for a beatdown. You are bold to stay here and blatantly lie to these people, steal from these people, murder these people, and you want to stay. My God, what do we have here that you need that bad? How bad is it in your homeland, Moors? You said you like North Africa. What's going on? Again, we call it, we put this on Moors. Why? Because they were the nobility of Europe. Don't give us some sob story about how you was taken over. We don't give a shit about that. Not when we got our head on right. All we concerned about is what you doing over here. And what you doing over here, it is, as we said, the biggest screwing that has ever taken place in the history of being screwed. Whatever happened to you in Europe is nothing like what you're heaping on us over here in the Americas as American Indians. You're always running away from your problems, right? We American Indians are right here still dealing with this bullshit. You were able to come here to escape your problems. Yo, I think that they were among the ship manifests that, according to Lee Cummings, there was nobility running to America. That was a plan, y'all. How do you leave your homeland without fighting, especially if you're nobility? Now, we done already talked about this with the riffraff of the subjects, the people running away. That's different from the damn nobility running away. Who y'all running from? They ain't running from nobody. That was. I believe it was all a ruse. They just wanted to get their ass over here. I was tired of not having toilets that flush. Shit, I didn't have my toilet for one day, and I thought I'd lose my mind. You gotta use that thing. Like, what do you do? My gosh, where do you put these things that these uh what do you do if your toilet ain't working? What you gotta do? So I believe these quote unquote black Moors, it's like shit, I'm tired of shitting out the window and shit. Damn, this smells bad in it. Can we go to America where they got toilets at my God? But they don't share with us. See, America. I'm also trying to get American Indians to see that, oh, for someone who claims to be your brother, they don't share. They had to put us at the absolute bottom. They could. They didn't even want to give us the white status that they created, y'all. They didn't want us to have that shit. And you claim to be my brother? Brother, like Cain was to Abel, like Jacob was to Esau. That's why it's in their book. Anyway, we are going on and on and on, right? Let's read this a little bit. So this was that encyclopedia.com article I was talking about in the last video, where it said that yet the Supreme Court has developed a vast body of law defining the statutes of Indians. I'm sorry, the status of Indians and tribes in our federal system. Supreme Court wasn't supposed to be making no laws for American Indians. But let's go to the beginning. Indians are mentioned only 3 times. Well, in the original Constitution that we just read, we only mentioned 2 times, and we want to keep it simple. That third reference is some janky 14th Amendment crap that what end up making us citizens, right? You mention us, and boom, then we become the worst of that mention, the United States citizen. We shouldn't have even been mentioned. Oh my gosh, y'all. If I could explain to y'all, I tried to explain this before, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to try to explain it again. So he's saying we mentioned 3 times. I'm telling you the third time was completely off the chart because it wasn't necessary to mention American Indians in a 14th Amendment for citizens because we were not citizens. As I said, at the beginning of the document, we are completely sovereign. In the middle, they're claiming that they're going to run our commerce with the plenary authority. The third mention that he's talking about here, the third mention, now they're associating us as United States citizens. How do we go from not being citizen, any kind of citizen, to the last mention, and now they're calling us 14th Amendment citizens? You see what they're doing to us, American Indians? Because we're getting mixed in with Black Europeans, or AKA Moors, that we're getting what should be happening to them while they are trying to say that they are us. We're getting the worst of what's supposed to happen to them. That meaning they're supposed to be federal citizens because we were always American Indians. They were not. They married into our family and became American Indians. And boy, have that has caused our downfall ever since because we're getting linked and mixed in with them. When I say we have to separate, do y'all understand what that means? You can't be a Moor. They're a completely different status from you. If you look at this picture, it's been is a slow trading of places. You going from American Indian, not taxed, not represented in Congress, not counted in any census, to now they're calling you citizens. It's by the third mention of an Indian in this janky ass constitution. Now you're trying to say I'm a federal citizen? So I'm not even a citizen like white people. White people were not federal citizens. White people were not federal United States District of Columbia citizens. No, they were not. They created the United States Federal District of Columbia citizen for people like Dred Scott, who was trying to become a regular old state citizen. That's what they had back then, before 1868. From 1776, when they got their independence or whatever, to 1868, there was no such thing as a federal United States citizen. So they're using word spells on you again. This is all we getting with this system, y'all. Word spell. So you hear United States and you say, oh, that means I'm a citizen for all the states in America. But why would you even need to be that? That's the ridiculousness of the idea of a United States citizenship. What you would need is a state citizen. If you're a foreign, you would need to have a state citizenship. And you'd only be a citizen of the state you were born in. There is no need for you to be a citizen of all 50 states like the United States citizenship implies you are. You don't have to be. In actuality, you're not. Even when you are a United States Federal District of Columbia citizen, you're just a citizen of the District of Columbia. But the District of Columbia has a corporation they call the United States. So then they say you're a citizen of the United States. But the United States is a fucking corporation, not all 50 states. You see how they do? You see that? How they do that? Okay, so they're relying on subterfuge, uh, chaos, war, sacrifice, because that, or I should say, those are the qualities of the deity that they're serving. Chaos, war, foreigner. The chaos deity is also a deity of foreigners and storm, war, chaos deity. And that when you worship an entity like that, that's what you get. Or and chaos. And it has the effect of being like you're in a storm. And then, of course, the foreigners. The deity was known as Set in ancient times. But Set got a makeover. And he wanted to be the only God. So Indians are mentioned only 3 times. Really, it's only 2 times. Because we really just going to stick with the first Constitution. I believe that's what we need to do, especially as American Indians, because we're distancing ourselves away from that damn 14th Amendment. That was never meant for us. That was never meant for us. If anything, it would have had to have been meant for uh, the black status Moors, because there was a white status Moor too. So they're African first, European when they migrated to Europe, and then started uh, giving the impression that Europe was white. This is something the Moors wanted. It's not something that happened against them. You got to really get that, because that's the only thing that makes sense. The Moors wanted Europe to appear white because they wanted to make it look like it's not Africans coming for us. Because why? Because they're making us African. So what sense it make to make it look like Africans coming for Africans? So we got to pretend to be European now, and then use white people and say that they did this to you, not us. Well, conceivably, when Africa existed, there was no white people, right? We might say, you know, because we evolved. Well, the way the Moors say it is, you evolve from a monkey ape man to a white man, and the black man was the first thing that the ape evolved to, and then when the ape finished evolving, he would turn a whole white man appears. That's what the Moors are pushing, y'all. Originally, that's what they're pushing, but now the Indians are waking up. Of course, now they're going to deny it. All they have to do is lie some more. How do they solve problems? Just create new lies. My God, why make this so damn difficult? Let's make up some new lies. Come on now. Put it in a book and call it scripture. That's what they said they did in the book of Yaqub. That's it. We create a scripture and we call it, we write something and then we call it scripture. And then at a certain time, that people will get part of the scripture. And another time, another people get another part of the scripture. And we, priests, we make sure that what the scriptures say happen. That's basically what they said in their chapter, How the Black Man Rules. The priests are telling us how they use religion. But then they get religions that conflict with each other to create the chaos. Why? Because they're worshiping a chaos deity. So they create chaos. The priest. Yeah, the priest. The Amen priesthood. Okay? Indians are mentioned only 3 times in the Constitution, yet the Supreme Court has developed a vast body of law defining the status of Indians. You didn't have to, because Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 defined our status. And our status is we're not under your jurisdiction. But they say Indians and Indian tribes. No, you really got it twisted. In our federal, no, we're not supposed to be in your federal system. It's a grab. So we're just going to move around a little bit. The three references to Indians in the Constitution presage the body of law. It shouldn't have. Again, we're not under your jurisdiction. So you making a body of law is pulling us into your jurisdiction. Two of the three are found in Article 1. So they're talking about Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. And then they're also talking about Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, the Commerce Clause. And the 14th Amendment. We should have never been mentioned with the 14th Amendment because we were not citizens. And we should have been turned into federal citizens, least of all, which exclude Indians not taxed from the counts for apportioning direct taxes and representatives to Congress among the states. The third reference is a grant of power to Congress in the Commerce Clause of Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, to regulate commerce with the Indian tribes. So they want the Indian tribes, although Indians not taxed are not really Indian tribes. They want, when you gather into a tribe, now they're concerned because they got to make sure that you are not accessing that land as yours. You're occupying the land as an Indian tribe. But why we read and highlighted this, who granted Congress this power, though? Do you think American Indians granted the power to Congress to regulate commerce, and then they turn around and say that means that they can dominate us completely? Is that what you think ancestors wanted, and that you think that we designed this Constitution? I'm telling you what designed this Constitution: the doctrine of discovery. So because the doctrine of discovery is the basis for the Constitution, basically, that means they don't have to go by what the Constitution says. So the third reference, they talk about the Commerce Clause, is a grant of power. Who granted Congress this power? Again, we don't have representatives in Congress. So who granted Congress this power to regulate our commerce? It was not American Indians, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We never granted them power. They just assumed. We didn't have to agree to it. That's not the message we're putting out. We did not have to agree to anything because what? This was conquest. Conquest based on what? The doctrine of discovery. So who granted the power to Congress? The doctrine of discovery did. The doctrine of discovery granted power to Congress to regulate our quote-unquote commerce, which they take regulate commerce to mean that they dominate every move an Indian can possibly make. The phrase Indians not taxed was not a grant of tax exemption. Thank you. It was our, let's read. Rather, it described the status. Now, we're not in state, so it was not a status either. It was a birthright. The phrase Indians not taxed was not a grant of tax exemption, sure was not. Corporations give you tax exemption. We were not subject to this corporation. Rather, it described the standing. We call it standing because we stand on this land, right? We stand on this land, not on states. Rather, it described the standing of Indians at the time the Constitution was written. What does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? Even as they were writing this fraudulent document, they knew that we were not part of that shit. Indians were not taxed because generally they were treated as outside the American body politic. What does that mean? That their police don't have any jurisdiction over us. We talked about this briefly in the last video. We're not saying that we come act buck wild foolish when an officer approaches us. No, we were the civilizers of truth be told. We're the ones who civilized the world, quote unquote. So no, when we say that we're not under the jurisdiction of police, we don't mean that we act out and cause the police to feel threatened, so he do what he normally do, right? Say, I was scared. I didn't know he was an Indian, not tax or whatever. I was just scared of the nigga and shot to kill. Yeah. We are peaceful American Indians, not tax. All we need to do is, and I did want to show you the ID that I drafted, but it's not. I didn't print it out yet, but I do have the design. Excuse me. Excuse me. I did a video on this, and let's just say that video got a strike, and I had to take it down, which I thought was so interesting because it was just so interesting because the strike was just, it really wasn't, I we won't go there. I'm just saying it's just interesting that the video where I first showed my ID was stricken. Um, and I have not revisited that. Um, I I think it's partly because I'm really still adjusting to all of this, and so I thought, well, maybe I should just wait till I print it out instead of showing it. It's already designed. I like the design very much. I did make some changes. I decided to put my picture on it. It didn't have my picture before, so now it does, and it's looking really nice. I really do like the design. But maybe we'll do that because I am getting to the point where I just got to print this thing out. It has two sides, so when I print it out, I have to go somewhere that can put the two sides or onto one card. Excuse me. So, yeah, so the United States doesn't have jurisdiction, so we're not supposed to be apprehended by their law enforcement. But we have to know that, and we have to express that. One way is by showing them our own ID, but in my ID, I did quote Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. I thought it was important. And because it's showing where the jurisdiction is not happening. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 is showing that no, I'm not under the United States. I don't have to be stopped. I don't even really, well, we do want to show the ID because we want to show that we are our own people. This is my ID. It's not a federal. But also, yeah, it's and so then what we're reading, possible scenario, how it will go down is perhaps if the officer knows a little something about the Constitution, he might say, well, the Commerce Clause says that we do have jurisdiction. And maybe an Indian would say, well, I'm not an Indian tribe. I'm an Indian not taxed. So I'm not, I'm not a federal tribe. I'm not a civilized tribe. I'm an Indian not taxed. So no, that they're talking about the 5 civilized tribes when they talk about tribes. I was never part of that because they considered me uncivilized. And again, we're going to say it, Algonquins were not in any of these civilized tribes. There was no Algonquin Indians in the 5 civilized tribes, as well as there was no Algonquins, I believe, in the very first Iroquois Confederacy. Lenni Lenape are Algonquin, but they're not really mentioned. When they talk about tribes, they immediately go to the 5 civilized tribes because there's no Algonquins in that tribe, those 5 tribes. It's only Iroquois and Muskogee that are considered basically like federal creations. They all are if they're federal or civilized, They all are federal creations, but the ones that they like the federal civilized tribes, the five civilized tribes, because those are the ones that they've written about as being these ancient Indians and all of this, all that. And then the interesting thing about the five civilized tribes, when you read a document, they say they were a product of the priesthood that we talk about so much. They're saying the five civilized tribes were originally a group of Egyptian priests. I like to fall out when I read that because it made it make sense. This is a priesthood that we're dealing with, Americans. It was a priesthood that wrote down this doctrine of discovery. So if you're in a priesthood and you're creating a tribe that you call civilized, what made them civilized is them agreeing to your religion. That's why you call them civilized. But you were a priesthood. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so going back to this document, this is the encyclopedia.com document that we spoke of in the last video, where we're questioning this third reference in the Commerce Clause. Who granted Congress this power? It wasn't Indians, because Indians were not in Congress. You see what I'm saying? In other words, we would have had to have representatives go to Congress and be in Congress to tell Congress, well, the Indians decided that they want you to do all their commerce for them. And they'll just sit back and, I don't know, pray to the ancestors for early and quick death while you dominate them in commerce, I guess. Yeah, see, we would have had to send a representatives to Congress to give them this grant of power. It was not an American Indian that did that, y'all. Now, if it was one of the five civilized tribes, that's a whole different thing. The five civilized tribes are basically creations of the federal government. Let's say it again. The five civilized tribes are basically creations of the federal government. Okay? The Iroquois Confederacy, we know they're in bed with the federal government, right? Yes. They are also very likely a creation of this government. But they definitely have a Moorish situation because they are all claiming Mali. The five civilized tribes are claiming some kind of relation to Mali, as well as I believe the Iroquois Confederacy also mentions Mali and something about being Moors and all of that. So these are Indians that are basically have married into Americans and then just took control. We never got that control as purely American Indians with no mixing of Moors. We had no control. That's how you know Moors are not your friend. They don't trust you as their quote unquote brother to even have any power in your own homeland. They come and marry into your family and then they get all the power through the corporation. It's really oh, well, gosh, let's go there. I think I want to go there right now since I'm talking about it. But I hit some damn part of this uh screen and now put the zoom is covering my tabs. The zoom little bar, the zoom bar, let's call it, is covering my tabs. So I have to wait till that crap goes away for me to get to my tabs. So let's wait together. But here you see, they were not United States citizens. Then why are you putting us in the 14th Amendment, which is about citizenship? They were not United States citizens. You see, American Indians? That's why the cops can't, they're not supposed to be dealing with us at all. They are part of the United States. The cops, yes. So that's why they don't have jurisdiction. But again, we're peaceful Indians. We got to act like we got some sense. We're not trying to look for trouble, right? Because they will surely love to respond to that. And we know how they respond. We talked about it. So we don't want that. So this thing, let me see. Okay, so it moved up finally. So, okay. Okay. I think this is all we're going to look at. Oh, yeah. The exclusion of Indians not taxed from all aspects of apportionment has, in fact, been muted by changes in the standing of American Indians since ratification of the 14th Amendment. You see what I mean? So when the Commerce Clause fails, they run to the 14th Amendment to say that how did our standing change from sovereigns to being citizens, and who approved of that? So they're saying they didn't need to deal with Indians not taxed anymore because the point of them, the whole point was muted when the ratification of the 14th Amendment. So once the 14th Amendment came along, they say they didn't have to deal. You became taxable, baby. You became a citizen, a 14th Amendment citizen, baby slave or whatever. So they're telling us how they grabbed jurisdiction over us, American Indians. None of this was with our approval, by the way. We can't say that one of the 5 civilized tribes approved of this because civilized tribes don't represent uncivilized tribes. They are just federal creations at best. So the exclusion of Indians not taxed from all aspects of apportionment, in other words, being excluded from all aspects of taxation, in fact, has been muted. In other words, it's just voided now. It's just the point was made mute by changes in the status of American Indians since the ratification of the 14th Amendment. So once the 14th Amendment came along, once again, they said, yay, we can tax these niggas finally. Thank you. Thank you, Congress. You the best. And again, we're talking about where does all this money go? If it's said that we are, it's in other words, when they, okay, let's break this down right now once and for all. When a state citizen, a white person, because there was no black state citizens, they had to create this citizen we just read about for quote unquote black people, right? So when the state citizen paid taxes, they saw a return, at least for a short time, until the government made them 14th Amendment citizens too. Yeah. So now white people have a dual citizenship. They are federal and state citizens. But the thing is, once you add an element of slavery, that element has a way of making you a full slave and not half a slave. You see? So this is why there are Anna von Reitz of the world, as we always say, because she's trying to get white people to go back to this original state citizenship. They call it state national. She said, "You pulled me, a whole white woman, out of my first citizenship, which was a citizenship to a particular state, not the District of Columbia like the other Negroes. Took that from me and made me, and you started taxing me like I owe the government something. But who owes the government? It's the 14th Amendment citizen. So what we was going to say is, originally, when state citizens or quote unquote white people pay taxes, they was to see a return. In other words, it's for the services that we're providing you. This is why we are taxing you. You're going to get something out of this. This is for you. That's the original. That was for the state citizen, the white person. Now, when they create the federal citizen, which is a District of Columbia citizen, only for the federal government, you are a citizen of the federal government. They say that you are there to pay their debts. It's not to provide you Negroes a service like it is for the white people. The white people is paying for services, yo. Enumerated services. 19. White people was only supposed to be paying for 19 enumerated services. Now, once the federal government created the nigger citizen, called the Federal District of Columbia citizen, now they create a whole lot of other enumerated functions. Anna said that they have over 300 now. That's how we came up with our number of about, they created an extra about 280. Because if they only had 19, we round that off to 20. So originally they had about 20 enumerated functions, let's say, to round out the number. It was really 19, I believe. The white people were only paying for those 19. So it's fairly cheap. You know, they were listed in the Constitution. I believe it's those enumerated functions are make up the Commerce Clause. I do believe, because when I went to look, where are the enumerated functions? It was on everything in the Commerce Clause was enumerated. Those were the enumerated functions. So those were the services that white people were paying for. Now, when the federal government turned American Indians into 14th Amendment citizens, we're not getting any services, y'all. We're not paying for services. What we're paying for is the 280 plus. They made, once they got us, y'all, they made up a whole 280 plus federal functions. And who was paying for that? Not the white people. They had a whole pool of 14th Amendment citizens who were pledged to the debts of the federal government. So the federal government made you American Indians like the piggy bank, boo. Why? Because you had the land. This is a way of you losing your land. If they jack up their functions to over 280 more, baby, you paying for all these things and none of it is benefiting you, American Indians. None of it. When it do, it does it for all of 2 seconds before it goes to white people, brown people, green people, yellow people. Everybody get everything you paying for, you 14th Amendment Negro slave Indian. You have been converted. That's why you don't want to be a Moor. That's why you don't want to be a Moor. A Moor is African, not you, American Indian. So when they decide that they want to be African slaves, that's when they jack up the debts. And who they got paying for these debts? American Indians who have been misclassified black and given a 14th Amendment that we read. That's why they just said we didn't need Indians not taxed no more, because we just started charging them niggas for everything. Thank you, Congress. Thank you. That's what they're saying. Look at the highlight, please. And that's what they're telling us. They're saying that once they create the 14th Amendment for the niggas, or converted American Indians into niggas, then we lost our Indian not, according to them, they took away the whole point of us being Indians not taxed by making us responsible for their debts. They are dragging this country into debt, so just so that it could be charged to American Indians. And we never get our birthright back. But this is all going to backfire when Indians get on the same page and realize, oh no, I was always supposed to be an American Indian, not taxed. You had to misclassify me to make me even taxable. But that was fraud that you committed. Now you should pay. Yes, on top of everything else you owe, you got to pay punitive. In your system, you call it punitive damages. Baby, these punitives is punity. What's how you say punitive? Let's just cut it short. Let's say for short. Okay. I've been going at this for a while now. My jokes ain't on point like it's supposed to be. But yeah, this is why I made it very simple for the corporation. Just make everything free for us. You don't have to worry about, we don't got enough money, is that gonna be too much? Okay. Then don't ask me to pay for nothing. If you don't got money, baby, I don't got none either, right? Right. Okay, so everything should be free for me. Look what you've done to me. Look what you've done to me. So American Indians, we go to let's see, was that all I had? The Commerce Clause reference to Indians, by contrast, continue to have real force. So they're using the Commerce Clause as the force behind the power that they can dominate our ass with. Since the abandonment of federal treaty making with Indian tribes in 1871, they abandoned treaty making. But we have to say here, the treaties were invalid as well, American Indian. It's time for us to face the music and realize anything that looks like a contract between American Indians and this beast, it was window dressing, done for the appearances, and then quickly stripped away. Why? Because they had the doctrine of discovery. That's what they're going by. A document that has been repudiated. Now I guess they got to run around, hope maybe, who knows what they're doing? Maybe they're pitching a doctrine of discovery to some other church. Okay, the Catholic Church don't like it no more. But what about you, Presbyterians? What about, don't y'all want to dominate these niggas like the Catholic Church did? And now that they got paid, they say we had enough. Enough. We good. So let's get another church. Maybe the Mormon church could do it. Because y'all are Moors, right? Mormon church. Yeah, y'all the Moors. Y'all got all you janky records, right? Why don't y'all make a doctrine of discovery so we can continue to wipe or mop the floor with these nigga ass? So who knows what this corporation is doing? Maybe they got a new church. This is how dastardly this system is. I don't put it past them that maybe they and they wouldn't say this, but that's how they do. They find laws that you never knew of, and that's why you don't want to be in this system. They can find a law from God knows where, and just to deny your Negro ass your birthright. They will find something and they will make it up if they have to. I believe that's why AI is here, y'all. They need AI to really start creating some new histories, some new documents, new history. It's not going to work. The jig is up. Only American Indians who don't know how to separate from such a shape-shifting beast will be caught in this. The Indians that said, you know what, I'm departing from all of it. None of it is going. I'm not listening to any of they're liars. I'm not supposed to listen to a lie. Indians who realize you got to give up everything to get your birthright back, because your birthright is everything. Like that new Jordan Peele movie, Him. What are you willing to give for your birthright back? Well, it's not even something that you have to give Indians. What it is you're getting what belongs to you back, but you have to give up everything colonizers said, did, everything, all that. Religion, if you can give that up too, it just makes you more powerful in your birthright. It just makes you more powerful. The deity that they're worshiping is the same deity that gave them the right to come and steal from you. Should you be worshiping that deity? Let's just keep it simple. Let's just keep it simple. Should you be worshiping a thief deity, the deity of a thief? Should you? That's just for each Indian to decide. The ones that say, I shouldn't, to the front of the line, baby, you ready. You are ready, okay? The Indians that can say, you know what? I don't need none of what came here with Columbus. None of it. Not one shred of it. They can take it all back. All it was lies to steal from me. That's what it was. And when I want my property back, I have to be able to give them their lies back. Because if I keep their lies, it's a chance that I will lose again. They'll come back with some new thing that the Moors created, trying to say you and them is one and the same. Yeah. Yeah. No, thank you. Okay. In the 19th century, the courts called the federal power plenary. So they elevated themselves only in the 19th century to where they have complete total domination of American Indians, but really they're dominating what they created, which is federal, civilized Indians only. The other Indians are basically called black, and that's the end of that. And you know how you get treated as black. Well, you're not getting much. The civilized Indians are not getting much better treatment either if they open their eyes. But again, they got they got so many ways where they're not really dealing, head on. Those civilized tribes, as we know, is nothing but a bunch of Mongolians today, right? But just like Europe, the original civilized tribes were once Moors. They look just like us, the original civilized tribes. They're the ones that took the colonizers' religion and accepted it, and then just try to be like colonizers and mix with colonizer in every way. So till they became like they're not even really Indians. That the government does whatever it wants with them. But what happened is those black Indians went underground. I know it sounds crazy, but you got to follow the logic here. Do you think that they're talking about Asian Indians? Well, you know what? See, we gotta now I really gotta we had a lot to show, but I don't know if we're gonna get to it. Like always, I gotta do better with my time. But I want to show you um okay. Okay. We had a lot. We had a lot of stuff here. But since we're talking about it, I want to show, okay, ooh, I had a lot. There's no way we're gonna get to all this stuff. Ooh, too many tabs, too many tabs. Some of the stuff I think we looked at, and I just never closed. Uh, okay, okay. Oh man, it's so. Did I close that window after looking at all of these? Tell me I closed the dog window. Um, okay. I'm not seeing but I'm not seeing oh God, I have everything open and do not have the screenshot that I was looking for. Okay, here it is. So the Native Americans are Asian, right? Mongolian, Asian, maybe Spanish mix. But when we put the question out to AI, we got this answer. The question was, when does the term Native American first appear, right? The term Native American did not appear in any significant legal context until the 1960s, when it began to be used more widely by indigenous rights movements to refer to themselves, replacing the more commonly used American Indian, which was considered outdated. How do you take a word that's in the Constitution and say it's outdated? It's in the damn Constitution, Indian. But it is a constitution for the United States of America, so we understand by process of elimination that it's an American Indian you're talking about, right? So they're saying it was who considered it outdated though? By many. By many, it should be only the Indians who think it's outdated. However, it is important to note that Indian remains the primary term used in most federal laws regarding Native American rights and status. See, when you have a legal system, it's okay for you as a man or woman to use words interchangeably. But when your legal system is trying to conflate words, like, oh, that word means the same thing as this word, but we want to use this other word, you got to know that there's something going on, and it has to do with, is it legally sound? The term Native American, they're saying it is not found in any significant legal. What are we saying, y'all? There's really Native Americans. They don't have any legal footing. They are purely created by the federal government, and they were created to confuse Indians with Native Americans. Indians are mentioned. We've been mentioned ever since Columbus came here. I think that's why they had to keep it. They would love to get rid of that too, y'all. No, let's not get it twisted. But they had to sort of keep it because it is the doctrine of discovery, that is uniting the treatment of Indians, in as a whole. That's the connection. But the reason why we're looking at this is because we want to be clear that there was no such thing as Native American. So what happened? Why are there Native Americans now that look Asian? Because they're not the Indians. The Indians went underground because it's a common sense thing, y'all. If you're going against quote unquote uncivilized Indians, but you look like uncivilized Indians, you're not going to want to really be known. You're going to kind of go, you're going to have to push the black, Negro, colored thing because you're steering the real Indians away from being Indians so that you can insert Native Americans. Now, these are black Indians doing this stuff. That's the deal, I believe, that they made with the federal government. It's like, we'll handle the uncivilized Indians. You just go ahead and, capitalize off these Negroes. We'll handle that. Yeah. I think it was a job of civilized Indians to keep us stupid. Civilized tribes, civilized Indians, Iroquois Confederacy, and even the Lenni Lenape. Their job is to hold on to, whereas I'm saying get rid of everything that came with colonizers, what you'll find with these civilized Indians that they're trying to hold on to as much as they can because they know that that's going to pull us into the jurisdiction of the federal government when we're not supposed to. Now they're getting some kind of, I don't know what they're getting, but I do believe it has something to do with fiat. I do believe it has a lot to do with money because this system, if you really look at how it gets people to do its bidding, it's the promise of money. And it's really sad because the money they can just print out of their asses. The money is not has any value in and of itself. The money is not backed by gold anymore. So you're getting a lot of paper in exchange for things that are very real, like your land and things that you can actually live off of, like your land, things that would house, your home, like your land. And you don't have to pay any mortgages or taxes on that house. And then when this system gets real with itself and realize that we don't owe it anything, and that national debt is actually owed to American Indians. Why? Because that debt is what's being put on your back, American Indians. But you never asked for that. You never agreed to it. So then who's it owed to? It's owed to you. If you're going to tell me I owe that much and I never knowingly entered into that agreement, while you doing the most to make me a United States citizen, call me black, so then that debt that you say is owed, you was going to give that to me to pay anyway. So that's owed to me as punitive damages to what you did. That national debt that the government keeps pushing on everybody, that is really owed to American Indians, y'all. That and so much more. I mean, we're talking about our land, namely. The land is a no-brainer. That was always ours. But this incredible debt that Indians should have never been even seen as owing, that's owed to us. So you'll give it to us in the form of, we don't have to pay for shit. Just take it out of that debt that you try to put on my back. That'll pay for everything I could possibly need. But then when I add rent for you being here, that just seals the deal. That just seals the deal. You see why Indians, they would like us not to be here, and they'd really just like to get rid of us. But the thing is, you while you're here, you got to not go by the ideology of your enemies. I'm talking about Moors. If you notice, the Moor is always trying to convince American Indians that they're Moors. You see, if we knew we were Moors, we wouldn't need so much convincing, right? So they're coming at you with history that they're making up, history that they hid from you. And you got to ask them, why did you hide it? If you knew that I was a Moor and all of this, what was the point of hiding it? It's not their hiding. They're making it up. I'm trying to tell you. It's made up. We're not Moors. Moors are North African Berbers, okay? So we didn't finish reading this. Well, we got what we needed. While not, let me jumping around. Okay. So it began, the term Native American started in the 1960s, y'all. And this is very interesting because the 60s is really where these civil rights are popping up too, right? The whole civil rights, the fight for civil rights. So they're doing a lot at that time, right? They're creating a new Indian because we're the original Indian. So in the civil rights movement, where while we're being called black, they're trying to get rid of the term Indian and make up Native American. So that we don't have a paper trail to figure out who we were. So it began to be used more widely by indigenous rights movements to refer to themselves, replacing the more commonly used American Indian, which was considered outdated and inaccurate. Oh, Lord, by many. However, it is important to note that Indian remains the primary term used in most federal laws. Well, there shouldn't have been any federal laws for Indian because Indians are Indians, not taxed. But again, we have to keep saying it, y'all. The whole thing is here as a result of the Doctrine of Discovery, and they void that document every time they need to. Why shouldn't we get to void it when we need to? The United States voids the Constitution in favor of the Doctrine of Discovery, evidenced by the 3 foundational Supreme Court cases. They relied on the Doctrine of Discovery. We say it all the time. We just want to make sure it's hitting where it needs to hit. So when it was critical and the agenda was to further dominate American Indians, they had to rely on the Doctrine of Discovery. They didn't even rely on United States laws, even though those laws are not any Indians' favor either. They went to the real mamma jamma, the Doctrine of Discovery, because they know that that guarantees that they can steal from Indians without recourse. The United States laws might slow up the process. The doctrine of discovery is saying, oh no, their land is your land. That's point blank, period. They wasn't Christians. And even though they're Christians now, oh well, we took the land. We ain't giving it back just because you became Christians. Are you crazy? We ain't trying to go back to Africa and Europe again. But you see, what you're doing is unjust. What you're doing to me in order to meet your objectives is unjust, and it will always be. It will always be wrong. It was never right. It was ill-founded from the beginning. Um, okay. We were going to look at Section 4 of the Constitution, but I'm a little wary to do that because, yeah, we're not going to read any more of that. Let's jump. Section 4 of the 14th Amendment deals with public debt and claims related to the Civil War. It declares that the validity of the public debt of the United States, including debts related to pensions and bounties, shall not be questioned. What we're concerned about, especially if it's supposed to be a free country, is the part where you can't question a debt. So I didn't want to look at this because I feel it might be confusing when you hear them talk about, oh, it's deal with Civil War claims and pensions and bounties. No, you are paying for all the extra over 280 functions of the federal government. Okay? You're paying for all of that. This is the debt that they're putting on, namely American Indians, because American Indians were the ones being given this fraudulent ass United States citizenship, a citizenship to the District of Columbia only. So you're paying for them, American Indians, because they keep seeing you as African. Even when you tell them you Indian, they think, oh, you the Indian that was married into the Native Americans and then you became American Indian. No, you idiot. I was an American Indian before 1960 when you created Native Americans, okay? So, Section 4, like we said, of the 14th Amendment deals with a public debt. Yeah, let's leave it at that, yo. And it declares that the validity of the public debt of the United States, let's cut through the crap, yo, shall not be questioned. That's all you need to hear. Forget about all that fluff, that fluffer. Forget it. Let's read this again and go straight for the gusto. Section 4 of the 14th Amendment deals with the public debt and claims. I messed up. Section 4 of the 14th Amendment deals with the public debt. It declares that the validity of the public debt shall not be questioned. So when you say, is this a valid debt? Because it seems so extreme. Are you questioning whether it's valid? Well, can I see receipts? That sounds like a question about the validity. I told you it's a billion, trillion, cadillion dollars. But I can't pay that. That's fine. We'll just apply it to all your descendants from here to eternity. They will pay for it. Meaning you will be a slave to me for as long as I need you to be a slave. And that will be forever, baby. Forever. Until Indians get the fuck out of this bullshit. And then I read this and I was trying to make sense of this because, they're just coming at you with everything, y'all. Coming at you with the whole kitchen sink of lies, everything. So they're worried about incurred in the aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States. Well, why would we want to come up against a country that's fighting for our freedom? Why would we want to rebel against that? Oh, because we're not upholding your freedom. In fact, we're trying to figure out every way that you could pay for our functions that you never asked for, that we created, so you can have a debt that stretches for all your generations to come, so that we can steal your land. Oh, that's why you would probably be concerned about insurrection or rebellion. Oh, I get it now. As well as claims for the loss or emancipation of any slave. Well, I heard that they paid reparations to slave owners. Hello. They saying it invalidates claims for the loss of emancipation of any slave. But I heard that we read that they gave reparations to slave owners. Yes, they did. What was it, MetLife or whatever? Didn't they insure them slaves for them slave owners? If I got it wrong, I got it wrong. But that's what I'm recalling, y'all. I do recall. I did read, whether it was MetLife or not. I do know that slave owners got some kind of payment for for the loss of their slaves. That whole thing is really crazy, y'all. The whole Civil War. I really wanted to today. I was hoping to read something that Anna said about the Civil War, but the thing she wrote was 64 freaking pages. She wrote this to Donald Trump, and she made it public because it's on her website. So it's not like I'm showing something that she don't want to be seen. But she brought up some things that none of us know about, right? But that's what I'm saying. The Moors are not really teaching you law the way these Caucasians are teaching it. The Moors, they have to walk a thin line because they got to make you think that these laws apply to your nigga ass, but it only applies to them because they're the foreigners. That's why they know the law so well when it comes to all this extracurricular falling in the jurisdiction of the United States, because they are under the jurisdiction of the United States. They created the United States, truth be told. They're just trying to pull that jurisdiction over American Indians so that American Indians never get compensated for the theft of their land. But the Moors will. Yeah, that's what they've been getting ever since you know, all this shit took place. The things not making treaties, the what do you call it? Uh the Dawes Act, the whole $5 Indian. It's like everything was done to get rid of the American Indians. If you ask me, half the battle of this government was getting rid of us, and that's an ongoing battle. Um, so I wanted to look at something because we talk about the debts of the Civil War, right? And the thing is, as I said before, I've never heard anything as wacky as the loser having to pay for a war that was waged against the loser. In other words, the Indians are involved in some kind of war. This is their land, whatever. But somehow, a system like this foreign system says that if you lose a war, you owe the winner of it. But is that real? Is that something you just saying? I mean, it doesn't make sense. If you won, you already took what belongs to me. That's the whole point. How can I owe you? I don't have anything. Well, that's how we create debt so that you never recover. If we put a debt on you that is so large because you lost the war, that means you'll be paying us forever, boo. You ain't never gonna be free until we gonna decide how much you owe too. We gonna jack that up. So there's so many ways that they get to steal our land and make it look like somehow legitimate. We owe them for losing the war. If I lost a war, what the hell do I have to pay you? Again, you have your generations to come. That doesn't seem right or just. It seems like overkill. For me to lose, and now I got to wonder about owing you. But I believe some of that took place with the Civil War, y'all. I believe the South lost, and I think it's a permanent, because look, they're talking about debt related to the Civil War. So the Civil War incurred a debt. that the United States is trying to recoup. And the South lost. So the South is going to owe this to the United States, right? That's the way I'm reading it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but that's what I'm seeing. But does this debt ever get paid? No, it doesn't. It just gets added to the debts for all their added enumerated functions that no one asked them to add to their responsibilities. They only had 19 enumerated functions. So they're doing a lot to jack up that public debt, right? Because they're hoping that they can convince us that, oh, you owe us so much, that means we get to do whatever we want to do. That's how you can pay off the debt, by letting us do whatever we want to do. Because you owe so much, you ain't going to be free for a while. So why don't you just do what we say, and that'll help pay off this debt? In other words, slaves. It's debt slavery, though. Okay? So that's what made me want to quickly look at what Anna wrote. We won't get too deep into it, but let's just take a look at what she says about this damn civil war, which I thought was very, very interesting. So she actually had a handwritten version. This is her handwritten version. This is Anna von Reitz. This is 65 pages. But let's get to the top because we want to see who she addressed it to. Okay. So she's acting as fiduciary for Office of the Fiduciary, the United States of America, and in care of, that's her information, right? So she's addressing this to President Trump. She got his address and everything. And we Indians start to do our petition, we might want to do the same, you know? So it's from Anna, fiduciary of the United States Unincorporated, because she understands that the United States is, as it stands now, is a whole corporation. So she's saying she's bringing back the unincorporated United States and the real state citizens, not United States. Okay, so there's the handwritten version, but let's go to her published version. It's the same letter, same opening, and then this is a text transcription of Anna's handwritten letter to President Donald Trump on March 31st, 2025. Copy of the original handwritten document can be found, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So to President Donald Trump. Okay, so we're not going to read the whole thing, but there was just some things that I saw about the Civil War that kind of stood out, and I just thought we'd maybe touch upon it. We actually had other things to look at regarding the difference between Indians and free persons. Okay, so we jumped. Dear President Trump, I'm addressing you today in both your public and private capacities, which necessitates writing this letter by hand. Please bear with my excuse for penmanship. So the original letter was by hand. Okay, and I think what she means is she's doing one for public, which is this one, and then the private one is by hand, I think, I'm guessing. And we want to say again, American Indians looking to act in private, that's not your birthright. You're not dealing in birthright. You're dealing in something that any foreigner can have as well. What you want as an American Indian is what belongs to you, which is your land. You don't need to act in private. First of all, it ties you to this federal system you were never supposed to be tied to in the first place. So acting in private, you're still going to have these agencies and these entities to deal with. As an American Indian, you create your own. And that becomes the real authority on the land. That's just for Indians who can handle authority. or at least want to take a chance knowing that if you don't, you're just going to get eternally mopped the floor with. So I'm addressing you today in both your public and private capacities, which necessitates writing this letter by hand. Please bear with my excuse for penmanship. Anna has a great sense of humor. And we're not reading this to attack Anna. We're learning because, like I said before, most everything I learned from Caucasians who actually know this system better than those who saying that they created it. This is why I know we didn't create it. American Indians did not create a system that has frauded them so severely and so totally and completely. No way we created this. You mean the Moors created this? Because that would be true. That would be the truth. But I'm telling you that these Caucasians, they're running circles around us with their knowledge of the law, and I respect that. I don't care what no Negro got to say. I've never been empowered by anything a Moor said. It just confused me. It seemed way too complicated, way too complicated. And then it always had this element of, and we are Moors. And that's the part that really got to me. It's like, how come everything they say is hinged on me being a Moor? Now, when this white woman talks, she ain't trying to say, you white, and you gotta be white, and you gotta be European, blah, 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 blah. She's just giving me the law, yo. That's why I can't deal with these damn Moors, yo. And I have a right to say that because I'm an American Indian who has been victim to a Moorish Ponzi scheme. Okay? When you take off the rose-colored glasses, you really see what the Moors are doing, and it's not pretty. It is the most ugly thing that could ever happen to an American Indian. So let's start again since I am just talking so much. I'm addressing you today in both your public and private capacities, which necessitates writing this letter by hand. Please bear with my excuse for penmanship. My purpose is to fully inform and make you aware of numerous issues standing between the unincorporated states and our federal government service providers. So she's letting Donald Trump know that you part of the service provider. And she's representing unincorporated. Number one, we understand that you are presently engaged. Now, this is March 2025, right? March 31st. Okay. We understand that you are presently engaged in auditing the departments and agencies of the bankrupt United States, Inc. They love to bankrupt the United States because that gives them an opportunity to recreate it as something else. But when people complained when Donald Trump was cutting this and that and cutting that and this, that was what she's saying, the auditing. Why are they doing that? Because they already are acting way above and beyond the 19 enumerated functions that they were given by white people. Because what? Citizenship was for white people. Okay? Indians are not part of this. No matter how much they think they're supposed to be. It's the Moorish side of your family that's only giving you the option to be part of this. They're not telling you about your freedom as a birthright Indian. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about how Moorish you are since you got married to him and how he was so great back in the day, and that was you and me because you was me and I'm a you, and we together we won one from two. Yeah. No. So she says, we understand that you are presently engaged in auditing the departments and agencies of the bankrupt United States, Inc., and also a reorganization process as the receiver of the bankrupt entity and its assets. Oh, he's also in a reorganization process. See, when they reorganize, you got to watch out, yo. um, as a receiver of the bankrupt entity and its assets. We are writing to inform you of our interest as the actual priority and preferential heirs and creditors. See, when she mentions creditors, that's a nod to acting in private. Because in when you have creditors, you will also find debtors. Uh, that's what American Indians were made, the debtors. We're the ones that the corporation came to pay for its debts. So they put us in a state of being in debt to the United States federal government. Welcome to your United States citizenship, you Indians that love being citizens, United States citizens. Oh, but you're probably acting in private. So then doing something with all of that, but that's also not being birthright Indian. So I guess okay. Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna pause. Oh, pardon, I am I'm back. I didn't stop the recording. I didn't pause. Um, so we understand that you are presently engaged in auditing the departments and agencies of the bankrupt United States Inc. Bankrupt. Wow. So when they go bankrupt, I guess they still expect us to be, pay the debts, right? Anyway, also a reorganization process as the receiver of the bankrupt entity and its assets. That make him the receiver, the personal receiver? Him and his boy that he don't talk to no more? Elon? I don't know. But Elon had the money, right? That was Daddy Warbucks, right? That's why Indians don't want to be part of this. Anybody from any country can come and take over a corporation, but they can't come and take over your birthright. But if you keep insisting on being part of this corporation, you're an open doorway for foreigners. And then somebody like Elon Musk comes and starts making policies, making cars, blah, 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 just doing him. But if you were an American Indian, you don't you get would have some you would have a say in this. All of this is here from the Doctrine of Discovery, y'all, which has been repudiated. Do the math. Do the math. American Indians need to think about blacking out. I don't mean call yourself black, but I mean literally pulling out from everything that we never agreed to as a means to reintroduce the world to a land that is owned by American Indians only, not by creditors or anybody. If they want to live on our land, we have to be compensated. It's really that simple. And anything that has gone on the international level, and Indians were not part of it, and we were not, it's void. It really doesn't count because it's not really the people of America, right? We do this in a peaceful manner. It's like, stop using my land as some kind of storefront and shit. I have to live here. So she says, we are writing to inform you of our interests as the actual priority and preferential heirs and credit. Now, an Indian will watching right now, I guarantee, if they're watching, they're gonna discredit Anna. She don't know what she's talking about. This ain't her, blah, 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 blah. And I'm gonna have to shut that noise down because I'm gonna turn to you, American Indian, and say, well, you said you created this system. This system gave her a standing on this land, American Indian. So are you talking out of two sides of your face again? Do you not know what you're claiming? You're claiming that you created this government. Do you know that this government was created for foreigners? Do you not know that? If you created it, how do you account for foreigners even being here? That's when the Indians are going to say, "Oh, it was a commerce, it was an agreement we had." No, it was not any agreement. Look up the doctrine of discovery. You didn't agree to anything. The Moors are confusing you again. This was not anything legitimate, American Indians. This was conquest with the doctrine of discovery. I'm just so tired of hearing all this confusion about, oh, we contracted with them. You didn't contract in anything. You did invalid. The treaties were invalid. It's all invalid. It was done with conquest. The doctrine of discovery. That is what gave them the right to do. You didn't give them the right, American Indian. They already had it from the Church of Rome, who has repudiated the doctrine. They washed their hands. So now, if we continue to allow this system to dominate us, the church will no longer be held responsible. They've washed their hands. They say, we did our part. If you Indians insist on believing that you were doing business, you are the worst businessman on earth because you really don't understand what business is about, do you? You don't understand that when they have a document that they turn to that goes outside of what you thought was a contract you made, you don't understand that it really invalidates that contract. You didn't make no damn contract with them. They came to you with paperwork, if anything. And you got your compromised Moorish Indians to do whatever signing. Right, Iroquois Confederacy? Because they credit you all the time. But then you crept into the 5 civilized tribes, Iroquois, because the Cherokee are actually Iroquois. We don't advocate any kind of anything that's not peaceful. But our words must be like, unfortunately, the words have to be fighting words because this is a fight for our life. It is a verbal, political, lawful type of fight, but it is not physical. So you Indians that don't like that I'm reading this and you really can't stand what Anna just said when she just said she's the preferential heir, well, then you got to stop claiming that you created this government because she can look at you and say, well, yeah, you created it, so that's why I'm here as a preferential heir. Baby, I'm white. Okay, yes, that means I'm preferential. Okay, and a creditor, and you Indians are the debtors. That's what you created. That's why I'm here. So sit down and shut the fuck up now. Okay, unless you're gonna really claim who you are, American Indian. But I'm just trying to tell you, you can't say nothing to Anna if you taking responsibility for the system. And again, I'm not even advocating. I never advocate violence or against Anna. I learned too much from her. That woman is more precious to me than any Indian that I can personally say. You know, she's given far too much. It wouldn't be possible for me to learn why, because the Moors have gotten into so many American Indians' heads. They're teaching them to act in private. That is not your birthright. Being in private is just another level of the fraud. It's just a different level of the fraud. American Indians don't have to be private because they're the landowners. In other words, you don't need something where one is a creditor and one is a debtor because it's your land. You will always be the creditor. You don't need no acting in private. You don't have to act in private to be like a creditor. This is your land, but you got the Moors always wheeling and dealing till only white people know the truth, and the Moorish Indians are caught up in an identity crisis because of a Moor, because of a Moor, because of being indoctrinated by Moors. This lady done wrote the president. Where you see a Moor writing the president? Nope, he don't say shit to the president. Why? Because he's under he put himself under the president. He wants that seat to do whatever they do. As long as it makes American Indians disappear, we good with it. We'll take their place. This woman wrote the damn president. That's how empowering she is. Yeah, I know it hurts your feelings. I got to. This woman is writing the damn president, y'all. Who amongst us is ready to write the president and not just write him, know what the fuck you're talking about? They're gonna write the president about, hey, I voted for you, and thank you for the good job you doing. And I'm gonna tell my tribe to vote for you, all my tribe, or whatever I got left. I'm glad to vote for you because I love you. And turned American Indians to the Mammy and Pappy Association. Damn it. Freaking Mammy Pappy Committee. Damn it. Right? Vicky Dillard, she's the one that talks about the Mammy, the Mammies and the Pappy, whatever. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Vicky, Vicky, I don't know if she's down with American Indian. The foundational blacks, they trying to sort of be Indians, but they can't. They trying hard. See, that's what I mean when you can't let what your colonizer brought you go. So you keep the term black, although we know black means you're dead in law. The foundational black psyop people being guided by Moors, once again, they think it's okay to call yourself black as long as you say you're foundational. So that means you was irrelevant from the foundation of America. Okay, that's what you want to be. Okay. Be irrelevant. Be irrelevant. Yeah, we can't get mad at Anna because at least you know what she's talking about. And the Moors got us all so confused. That's why I can't listen to them. They are very convincing because they so busy rubbing your ego in every other sentence. It's hard to resist. I was shocked. A Wulu? Oh my god! I was what they call it with the elephants. I was Genghis Khan. Oh my god! The boys be goosing us, yo. Goosing. When we be falling for that, we fall for it. Especially I think the brothers, they know that they got a special hold on the brothers. The brothers are so downtrodden in this a corporation, they ain't funny. Mm-mm. The brothers is the one that's up for elimination, y'all. So the Moors get a hold of the brothers just gravitate like flies to shit, man. They just swarming all around this Moorish bullshit. Oh my God. They so happy to have an identity, but they don't realize that that identity is the one that's taking away your true identity. They want you to melt into who they are so that you can be foreign and you can't claim your birthright, not effectively. As long as you're talking more stuff, that pulls them in. And that pulls them in as part of your birthright. If you keep talking, they talk. So let's see what we got here. We find, this is point number two, we find a widespread, even predominant ignorance in this country and throughout the world concerning the so-called Civil War, American Civil War. Come on, Anna, talk about it. This is the only time I felt I was getting some clarity. That Civil War is really crazy, yo. I realized the Civil War is shrouded. And I was so glad I found this. I didn't know about this letter. This was not a war. Okay, come on, Anna, talk about it. Come on. This was an illegal and misrepresented commercial mercenary conflict. It does not stand under the law of war, nor under the Hague Conventions, and neither do any of the subsequent struggles, owing to the unlawful conversion of our national military by Abraham Lincoln, making it a mercenary force. Yeah. So the American Civil War is being called the Civil War, but Anna is saying it's not by the standard of war as outlined in any of what we know to be legitimate wars. The Civil War, let's read it again. This was not a war. This was an illegal and misrepresented commercial mercenary conflict. It's all commerce, y'all. A mercenary conflict. It does not stand under the law of war. So obviously there's a law of war. She's saying it doesn't meet the standards of the law of war, nor under the Hague Convention. And neither do any of the subsequent struggles after this Civil War, owing to the unlawful conversion of our national military by Abraham Lincoln, making it a mercenary force. So mercenary is when you're paid to go to war. You're not really fighting for your country because you believe in your country. You fight because you're getting paid. You don't care who you kill. You don't got no, as they say, uh, uh, logs in that fire or whatever. There is no declaration of war signed. Okay, so for the American Civil War, let's hear it again. Hit me again one more time, Anna. There is no declaration of war signed by any competent Congress related to the American Civil War. See, when I read something like this, I know that this person has done homework. Okay. Now she's writing the president this. She's not relying on a more whispering in her ear about everything pertaining to law. You know. Okay. Because you've never heard any of this. What we're reading right now, we never questioned whether there was a declaration of war. Wars have to be declared, and after the war is over, peace has to be declared. She said, no, not her. Her and other people said that they never declared peace after wars in America because they want to keep it in a state of war because that would allow executive orders to happen. Executive orders, from my understanding, are things that a president does in time of war because he has to take control, blah, 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 blah. But the way we do executive orders, that's just like, it's just like regular old, that's just normal. That's all. When he feel like he want to say what he gonna say, just make another executive order. But they were only supposed to be done in a time of war. So that means who is the corporation at war with? um, There is no declaration of war signed by any competent Congress related to the American Civil War, and such declaration is necessary for this action to be considered a war. I love when people make sense. I, it's just nothing like it. There is no peace treaty. Okay, so after the war was over, there's no peace. What happened after the Civil War was over? The South got forced to adopt the 14th Amendment, y'all. What does the 14th Amendment do? Making all the people in the South debt slaves, as we just talked about. They cannot question the public debt. That's what happened after the Civil War. The North bossed up on the South, and the South has been bossed up on ever since. Ever since, even up to today. All Southern countries, including Virginia, Southern states, were here because they were forced. They were surrounded by the mercenary military, like Anna just said. The whole South was surrounded by military, y'all, cutting them off. You know, basically making it where they couldn't really do commerce. I would have to say, because they had in other words, we cut you off. So say now the North don't want to be bothered with the South. The South can't reach out to other countries because there's a military surrounding the entire South. And then on top of that, they're going to be made to pay for the war. All they did, it should never even been a real war, because if they didn't want to be part of the United States, they shouldn't have to be forced to be part of the United States. Oh, you see what I'm saying? You see the stark raving problems with this United States? How it's like holding together with like a wing and a prayer to the devil. The South, as we speak, has been made subject to the demands of the North. Indians were mostly Southern. The Indians that really were the owners of this land were Algonquin. And it was the South that this system has always really craved. So this quote unquote Civil War, they bossed up on the South, changed the face of the American Indians down there. And we've been slaves to them ever since, no matter what you heard or what it looked like. Slaves by virtue that all the Southern states that wanted to secede were forced to adopt the 14th Amendment in order for them to call off the troops, I guess. So they were being forced. This was duress that made the quote-unquote United States so united. They really didn't have a choice. There is no peace treaty or other proper formal process ending any such quote-unquote war. There are 3 public declarations made by President Andrew Johnson declaring peace on the land, but no such declaration of peace at sea. Despite the last shot of the hostilities being issued by the CSS, what is the CSS? Shenandoah in the Bering Sea in 1866. Oh, it's a ship. Despite the last shot of hostilities being issued by the CSS Shenandoah in the Bering Sea in 1866, this failure to declare peace at sea has been used as an excuse to carry on this basically illegal conflict for over 160 years, and has been used to inflict constant harm on the American people. This letter is to fully inform you that the circumstance and the failure of prior administrations and your opportunity and responsibility to bring an end to this long-standing criminal intrigue against this country and its people. So I'm going to read this part again. There is no peace treaty. So she's saying that there should have been something like a peace treaty between the North and the Southern states after this quote unquote war was over, and there was none. It was one sided. The South was taken prisoner and made subject to the 14th Amendment. After the Civil War, the South, each state in the South has to adopt the 14th Amendment, which is a debt slave making amendment. And then it spread out to even white people being or having a dual citizenship as a United States citizen and a citizen of the state that they were born in. American Indians were never citizens to the state, so technically we can't have a dual citizenship. We only have the federal, meaning we are only slaves, whereas white people have an option to be a state citizen if they really know how to maneuver. If they don't know how to maneuver, that's okay, because the federal government, that's just more money in their pocket. But if a white person does object enough and they know what they're talking about, oh yeah, they can get out of it. That's what Anna's doing. She doesn't want the dual citizenship. She only wants the state citizenship. State national, state citizen, whatever. It's interchangeable. But I tell you, in actuality, she will be acting as a private. She's going to be, and see, that's what a lot of Indians are doing. They're going private, but again, private is just another arm of the fraud. You're still not, or Indians are by and large still not owning their land, and they're still not calling the shots. Being private is just a way to amass a lot of money, buy land that you will either pay taxes on for eternity, or you will use their, little secret way of in other words, okay, you don't have to give us literal money, but just do this except for value, and it'll be like we discharging your debt. Well, American Indians shouldn't have to discharge any debt because we don't have any debts. So technically, I shouldn't even want to discharge debt because I shouldn't be indebted to a corporation that made for itself a bunch of enumerated functions that were way outside the 19 that they were originally given by the foreigners who were white. So Indian don't got nothing to do with those debts. That's something for state citizens to deal with and be discharged, have their debts discharged. Indians don't need their debts discharged because Indians don't have any debts to this foreign federal state system. They owe us. Okay, so we'll read a little bit more. We note that the Hague Conventions have been developed from Abraham Lincoln's Lieber Code, otherwise known as General Order 100. So it was a what do you call executive order, issued in April of 1863 in his capacity as commander in chief. This position has been widely misinterpreted as a public office of the government, actual government. But the CIC, Commander in Chief, is a private office attached to our British territorial federal subcontract. I don't know why you would make your former nobility your subcontractor. I'm not sure why. I think they said it's because they had a navy that was so great, so they protected our commerce on the high seas. But can you really trust the entity that you had to break away from to do right? At the end of the day, no, no. Well, the United States is saying that they picked up where the British left off. Why would you do that unless you're acting on behalf of Britain? Why would you do that? And then District of Columbia is seen as British. So on Indian land, there's something that is said to be owned by a foreign. Once again, are American Indians being compensated or it's just being taken because of the doctrine of discovery? Anything that's here as a state or a territory would owe tribute to the Indians' land that they are sitting on. They would owe tribute to that Indian group. There are no Indians getting anything. What the federal civilized tribes are getting, it's definitely not anything because they're not birthright Indians. Those civilized tribes, as we know today, as we keep saying, are Mongolian. So the government knows that they don't owe anything to those Native Americans. As we saw, Native American, the term is not even legal until the 1960s. All this shit that took place was in the 1700s. So there was no Native Americans. It's just us American Indians who've been misclassified black in the 1790, okay? So in 1790, there was no Native American. They were just copper-colored Indians that were reclassified black. Native Americans didn't appear legally until the 1960s, as we read. So Native American civilized tribes are just products of the federal government that are not owed anything. But a one-way ticket back to Mongolia or wherever in Asia they are from. So it's CIC is a private office. Commander-in-Chief is a private office attached to our British territorial federal subcontract. When she says our British, she's really talking about white people, not Indians. She's talking about free persons of color and free persons of white. He wouldn't have, in other words, these free persons, black and white, are relying on their former nobility to be their subcontractor. American Indians ain't had nothing to do with these British or European nobility. So we wouldn't rely on them for anything, except what we can rest assured is the seizure of our lands, is what the doctrine of discovery allowed for them to do, seize our lands. And then just do whatever they have to do with us, y'all. And what that would revolve around is genocide. So, doing business, so the federal subcontractor is doing business as the United States of America Incorporated. And the United States of America Incorporated and the, what? What's the difference? Okay, and the United States of America Incorporated and the United States Inc. and now the United States of America LLC. Oh my God, it's an LLC now. Oh boy, I didn't know that. That really makes it corporate. So it's a corporation, and it's looking at its citizens as if we're employees of the corporation or little franchises that they can take taxes from. General Order 100 is the very first so-called executive order. That thing that Lincoln did, she said that was the first executive order, the Lieber Code. Okay. That's why when we go to these international jurisdictions, we got to beware because a lot of them, it's appearing to me, were started by presidents of the United States. So we think we're running to some other baby daddy, but really we find out it's still stepdaddy that's dominating even in the international scene. See, they needed our land before they went international. because our land, they can say, is a land to free people. That's why they needed America as a storefront. They couldn't go forward as a monarchy because then people would say, well, now you going to put me under your monarchy. No, I don't want it. But if they have us as a storefront, they say, oh, no, we're spreading freedom. Y'all gonna be free now. Yeah. Come on, sure. You want some freedom? A democracy? So that's all. That's how they can go international now, because now the monarchy can go international under the guise of now we a free country now. It's about freedoms. Yeah. So likewise, such executive orders have been adopted as a means of governing an occupied country under military force. Oh, say it again, Anna. Let's find out what an executive order is all about and read more about it. General Order 100 is the very first so-called executive order, and it has been widely regarded as a standard for the military and any military government. Right now, we know what's going on in DC, right? And it starts in DC because they hoping to, come visit your town. Sure. So for the military, so the executive order was for the military and any military government of occupation. Likewise, such executive orders have been adopted as a means of governing an occupied country under military force. These are the presumptions underlying the Hague Conventions too. Okay? So the Hague Convention is going by this as well, is what she said. However, the illegal occupation of our states by our own unlawfully converted military forces does not apply in any military context, nor any military law, because of the proven nature of the war giving rise to this circumstance as an illegal and foreign engendered occupation and reign of terror by bureaucratic enforcement of mercenary forces. So I think she's basically saying that the nature of the war, which has never been undeclared, or peace was never declared, it sort of gave rise to the military that we have, that she's saying the military we have is really a mercenary, which might explain why there's no more drafts, maybe. But when you draft, you're going for people in the country. But when you have a military, and there basically is never no really, I don't know. She's calling it mercenary. And so I think what she's saying is that this is, you're being paid. Okay. Like we said earlier, money is a big motivator in a country that's just based on money and not even rights. Okay. You will note that no federal constitution creates nor implies any emergency powers. Uh-oh. So like when we say that there's nobody black in the Constitution, just like there's no whites mentioned in the Constitution, Anna is saying there's nothing that talks about emergency powers. She says, you will note that no federal constitution creates nor implies any emergency powers. The basis that Lincoln's claims rest upon is fraudulent, masked only by the semantic deceit of calling a mercenary conflict a war. So she's saying it's no war. It's a mercenary conflict. We note that popular movement being promoted by British territorial U.S. citizens is attempting to further build upon the same fraud. These U.S. citizens, these are debt slaves, have adopted this foreign citizenship status knowingly or unknowingly and are claiming to restore the American Federal Republic, which, along with the States of America Confederation, ceased functioning in 1861. They cite paperwork by Mr. Tim Turner with The Hague as the basis of their presumptions. As already noted, the Hague Conventions and the Lieber Code they rest upon assume the existence of a military occupation, when what we are dealing with is an illegal mercenary occupation instead. Mr. Trump, we know this fantasy is seductive, but there is no way for these U.S. citizens to restore any federal republic that ever existed. Citizens can't do anything because what? They are debt slaves. They are federal. They're not state. So they can't restore a republic because they were never part of a republic. They're attached to a District of Columbia. The states were part of a republic, but that was also not anything to do with American Indians. I think what happened is there was something like a republic in the South, but something went wrong, and they no longer wanted to be even that. But the Moors were steering them to stay somewhat in a republic. Is what I believe. Indians don't have to be in a republic. Indians just have to have their land back, and whatever they call it, I would advise they don't call it anything that the United States called it, because then the United States won't think they still have a right to be here. British territorials cannot restore the only federal republic that has ever existed, which is the American Federal Republic, sponsored by the States of America Confederation. See what she just said, what we just said. They are territories. They attached to a territory. They were not part of anything of the states. They are federally created. A United States citizen is federally created, not state. Remember, Dred Scott could not become a citizen of whatever state he was trying to be a citizen in. Instead, the federal government created a district citizen for him, a federal district. So he thought he won, but he lost, because once he became a federal citizen, that 14th Amendment says he can't question the federal debt, the public debt. British territorials, which are United States citizens, cannot restore the only federal republic that has ever existed, which is the American Federal Republic. So she's trying to say they can't restore. They can think that they're creating a new one, but they can't restore something that they were never part of. Okay? They can't restore it because they don't have the power. You know, they are federal creations. Federal Republic that has never existed, which is the only federal republic that has ever existed, which is the American Federal Republic. So they can't create a new one, is what you see, by the States of America Confederation, and which operated as the United States from 1787 to 1861. I think that's when they seceded. Yeah, I think 1861. So when the southern states, I think, tried to secede. Please tell your men to stand down and cease and desist any false claims against the state of the Union and our state citizens. So she's making a distinction. They can't come for state citizens. They can only come for United States citizens. Our properly declared, recorded, and published people. See, you have to be declared. But in this system, they're going to be recorded, but that's the federal. She's talking about her state citizenship. She has a whole other thing based on the state that is not federal. So her assemblies are not federal assemblies. Anna has state assemblies by actual state citizens. You see, you can't have a state assembly with United States citizens because United States citizens are federal. Only state citizens can form state assemblies. So if you're right now, whatever state you're in, and you have an assembly meeting or assembly of state assembly, trust and believe and trust and know they are not real because it's made up of federal citizens. To have a state assembly, you have to have state citizens, not federal citizens. So she has this in all 50 states. As I told you, I was I became a state national. But once I realized the real validity of being an American Indian, I made my declaration as an American Indian, and it supersedes me being a state national because I wanted my birthright. I didn't want something that's sort of like my birthright. I want to go on record that me personally, I'm claiming to be an American Indian. But in any case, I am not a United States citizen because I really did the paperwork with Anna, and I admit it, no shame in my game. It is still better than being a United States citizen, but it's not as better or not as best as being an American Indian if you're an American Indian. Not everybody can be an American Indian. Everybody can be a state citizen or a state national. I mean, every Tom, Dick, and Harry can be a state citizen or state national. That's when I realized I can't be part of something that is shared when if I'm trying to assert my birthright. I have to be an American Indian only. I can't be a Moor because a Moor is North African Berber. So our properly declared, recorded, and published people, these are state nationals, state citizens, have been summoned to assemble their state assemblies. And all 50 states, including those created during and after the Civil War, have been properly enrolled and have entered general session as the states of the Union. All of this is happening while Indians debate on whether they're Moor or not, whether they're a citizen or not. Indians are in an eternal debate of who they are because of Moors. This woman done assembled groups of people in all 50 states. What are American Indians doing? We're just trying to figure out how we can be from Mali and America at the same time, because that's actually what we want to be, because the Moors in our family said that. That's what we is. And that's what we intended because we had kings and queens, yo. Yeah. Unfortunately, they were all foreign kings, and they became your kings and queens when you married them. Because all he's doing is helping. Okay, let me say it right way. All the Moor is doing is teaching American Indians how to genocide other American Indians and open the door to other foreigners to becoming American. That's what the Moor can bring to an American Indian. He uses you as the birth canal and the doorway for foreigners. And you wonder why American Indians don't own land, why you're on a reservation and the corporation says that you're just occupying that land, it's not yours. And the Moors still talk popping bullshit to you. Meanwhile, the government he created, because he said he created this government for himself and Europeans. That's what one of the Moors said. And we were going to look at that because I think we're not going to read all of Anna's page. Now, when she typed it, it became 23 pages, but we're still not going to go through 23 pages. We just want to get a taste, a flavor of somebody who makes boss moves. They don't just talk the talk, they walk that walk. That's what this white woman is doing while American Indians can't figure out if they're from Mali or not. Yeah. That's why I learned so much more from her, and it propelled me further. Because what American Indians are doing, it's the civilized tribes that are coming from out of the woodwork. The black ones now are coming out of the woodwork and misleading American Indians to stay United States citizens. And this woman, this white woman, she said, "Oh, hell no, you ain't gonna make me a United States territorial slave. Oh, no, the hell you won't be. I'd rather create a whole system in every state of real state citizens." That's what she did, y'all. That's what she's doing. It's already done. Now, you might not hear about what they're doing because the federal government don't want you to know. It has to keep you a United States citizen or an Indian who thinks that they're supposed to be both a citizen, a United States citizen. That's the one that was created for you, y'all, not the state citizen. Remember, Dred Scott was, whatever he was seen as like he was you, a black man. He was seen as the descendant of a slave. That is the model for American Indians. So whatever happened to Dred Scott, whatever was created for him, that was meant for all, quote unquote, colored people. What he got was a federal citizenship that this woman, as we read, she is denying the federal citizenship. She said those are British territorials. That's what she's calling the United States citizens, British territorials. Yet we have American Indians that are not clear about who they are. And they want to keep their United States citizenship. When you offer them to learn about what this woman is saying, it's like, oh, well, she don't know what she's talking about. Are you sure she don't know what she's talking about? Because she's way more advanced than any American Indians that I've seen. She's talking directly to President. And you don't think he's not going to hear this white woman? While you giving him a whole lot of lip service and you cast a vote for him, she's actually in conversation. That's why this is how I got empowered to take a stand. Because I realized it did start with a declaration. But what are you declaring? Well, I'm declaring my birthright back. And I'm going by Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3, but that's where it begins and ends for me. Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3 is saying that I'm not supposed to be part of this United States system as we read. Now, Anna is part of the United States, but she's saying she going with the non-incorporated. Well, as an American Indian, I'm not supposed to be part of either the corporated or the incorporated or the uncorporated, whatever, We're supposed to be getting compensated because this is our land. That's what it was when they first got here. It was our land. And for them to be on it, they would have to pay tribute. But now that they've really done so wrong by us, it's almost like tribute just ain't enough. You owe us everything because you really literally trying to get rid of us. This corporation. It's literally burying us alive. And all these statutes, code, rules, and regulations, all in conflict with each other, all conflicting. But when they don't conflict, that's when they pull out the doctrine of discovery. Say now they find one law that don't have another law somewhere else that goes in direct opposition to it. So now okay, that one is clear cut, like Indians not taxed. It's very clear cut. It don't say, oh, it doesn't qualify Indians not taxed. It just says Indians not taxed, point blank, period. Okay, so that means they have to rely on the doctrine of discovery. Whenever the law is clear and cut like that, that they whip out the doctrine of discovery. But they can't have that kind of clear cut. Mm-mm. That's why you can't go by the system. It's got conflicting laws, and then where they don't conflict, when it comes to American Indians, that's when they whip out the doctrine of discovery to rule against your ass. Okay, so I'll properly declare. Yeah, so yeah, she's enrolled and have entered general session. So they have sessions where they're meeting with other state nationals, and she's saying that's the real state. And it is. She's 100% correct. Because before the United States citizen existed, there were what she's being right now. Now, if Indians ever show up, she would have to deal with us. And if Indians insist on wanting the United States here, like I see, seems so, or almost every Indian I see is they ain't saying nothing about not having this system here. But if you're gonna have it here, you better start talking to Anna because she'll tell you what this system is all about. If you want this system here, me personally, hmm, hmm, hmm. What I'm saying is we don't need a middleman. If we handled our affairs, we would handle anything called citizens, not a federal government that's foreign. So that's what I mean when I'm saying we shouldn't even have a federal system here because it's foreign. It was foreign from the beginning, although Indians keep confusing the issue, saying that we created it. They're going to have to choose a side. At some point, when they want clarity in their own mind, they're going to have to choose a side because until they do, they're confused. They're fighting for the United States to be here. Meanwhile, we got this woman, this white woman who knows the difference between the original system that was here and the one that is here now. Indians don't know the difference. So that's why when I was involved with a tribe, I tried to get the tribe leaders to hear at least hear what you're saying. Because she's really laying out a lot. But again, I'm saying that if American Indians were in charge, she wouldn't be writing Trump. She'd be writing us. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Instead of writing Trump, she would know that the true authority is an American Indian. But if American Indians can't get their head out their rear because of Moors pushing it up there, they're never going to know their power. They're just never going to stand in it. They're going to be scared of it. They blah, blah, blah. And it's just going to be, they're just genociding their own grandbabies, the truth be told. If you don't know how to get with the program of what's really going on, this woman is making all these moves. That's why I'm talking like this. Look at how far she's gotten in creating something to deal with this United States when she's supposed to be dealing with us. But y'all, we need Indians who are ready to really get real. We really do. We really, truly, truly. The foreigners are making boss ass moves. And again, American Indians still trying to figure out how they can connect to Mali. This woman is not even claiming her homeland. She knows the assignment. Okay, maybe she's not addressing the Indians, but she sure knows the assignment. She don't talk much about being a German. She talk about being an American. But then again, I pull that back. I draw that right back to American Indians who said we created this system. Okay, so if you create the system, you created Anna. How about that? I'm saying you can be a boss up like you say you do and really be a boss and cut out the middleman. This system is here due to the doctrine of discovery. I'll say it till I'm freaking plaid in the face. This system is only here not because we needed a contractor, like she spoke of, someone to take care of the functions. This system is here because the doctrine of discovery allowed them to be here, not an Indian. The doctrine of discovery. This system didn't have anything They didn't need any consent or any contracts with any Indians. They got their contract from the Church of Rome that told them to go do you and we support you. Again, the Church of Rome has washed their hands of this mess. And now, if Indians continue in it, it's going to be blamed on the American Indian. So I think we might leave it here. Uh, so yeah, it is very interesting read, but we've been going on for a while now. So maybe, I don't know if we want to, maybe I'll link it. I didn't even read the whole thing. But I kind of did want to jump to the part where, well, we do want to quickly look, where did the Black Moors originate? In North Africa, right? The term Moor initially referring to the Berber people and later evolving to include Black Africans and other Muslim groups from the region. However, the term became a generic European descriptor for Black people during the medieval and early modern periods. But we just want to make sure, where are the origins of the Moors? North African roots. Okay, the term Moor originated with the Romans, who used it to describe the inhabitants of the Roman province of Mauritania, located in the western part of present-day Algeria and the northeastern part of present-day Morocco. Berbers and Arabs. At the time of the Roman Empire, these indigenous to Africa, y'all, not America. That's where Black Moors originate. At the time of the Roman Empire, these indigenous inhabitants were known as Berbers. Okay. Following the 7th century Arab conquest of North Africa, the term Moor broadened to encompass Arab and Berber Muslims living in Al-Andalus, Muslim Spain, and North Africa. Black African roots. Black African people from areas further south formed the core of the Moorish armies and dynasties, which were central to the power of the Moorish Empire. So, Moor's roots are in Africa. Okay, so we wanted to get that in. Yeah, then they're gonna say they were servants, whatever. But we have you here. We said it was not just, let me see, dynasty. So it was, dynasties are not slaves, right? So here, Black African roots of the dynasty. So I think we want to establish that Moors in Europe came from Africa. They didn't just sprout up in Europe. They migrated from Africa. So even the European Moors are actually African. Okay. Africa is older than Europe. Am I correct? Okay, so then where did these Negroes come from? Africa. But they're masquerading as European because again, there's something about Africa that they don't want to be associated with. And I think that's the expelling. I think they were expelled to Africa. I think Africa is not as wealthy as they're saying. That's why they always say they're North Africa, North African roots. You see? North. It's like, please don't think of us as associated with the rest of Africa. Please don't. Please. We beg you, please. You can even call us servants, but just don't say we're from any place other than North Africa. I thought this was interesting. I didn't mean to click on it. but we're not going to get into it. Not all Caucasians are white. The Supreme Court rejects citizenship for Asian Indians. Okay. Yeah, I just pulled it up, but I didn't intend to really talk about it. Let me see. We wanted to look at, and now I can't find it, of course. Where is it? My goodness. Oh bad, oh bad, oh bad, oh bad, oh bad, man. This is all the things you gotta look at. Oh yeah, this is interesting. Well, just to know where Mecca is. So if you're a Moor in America, why is your Mecca in Saudi Arabia? Okay, so let's read. Mecca has always been located in its present site in the Hijaz region of Western Saudi Arabia. That's all we need, folks. Mecca has always been located there. Okay, so if Moors are claiming that they're American, how is your Mecca in Saudi Arabia? They're gonna say, "Oh, but there was a Saudi Arabia in America too. That's the original one." America didn't exist more when you were in Spain. America didn't exist. Why don't you stop lying? Why don't you stop lying to yourself at least? Oh, that was the slide on monotheism. Because I don't know, we use the term monotheism, and I'm not even sure we know what it means. Monotheism is belief in a single, all-powerful God, while polytheism is a belief in multiple gods and or deities. Okay, monotheistic religions such as Judaism, Christianity, and Islam center on a singular supreme being. So, what are Moors? One of these three, right? Any religion that says that there's one God is Moorish, because that's what the Moors are. They're monotheistic. So they have more in common with Christianity and Judaism than anything that American Indians believe, because they are African, after all. Okay, so those are the monotheistic religions. Center on a singular supreme being, whereas polytheistic religions, like those found in ancient Greece, Rome, or Hinduism, I noticed they didn't say Egypt, but Egypt was also polytheistic. But they don't want to admit that the first civilization was polytheistic. And the first civilization began in the Americas. It was called Tameri, according to Boris Butler. Tameri was not monotheistic. It was polytheistic. Moors have always been monotheistic. So that's the difference between American Indians and Moors. And now most of American Indians are now monotheistic, but their treatment hasn't gotten any better. So that means once you convert to what a Moor is, somehow you're still getting treated as if you're a whole heathen. They didn't give you your land back. So what was the whole point of you converting? Oh, it was under duress. Right. Right. So, like the polytheistic religions found in Greece, Rome, or Hinduism, we recognize various gods and goddesses with their own distinct powers and roles. And that's really the way you want it, truth be told. That's really the way you want it. Monotheism, definition, belief in the existence of one God. Polytheism, definition, belief in and worship of multiple gods. I found it funny that they added the idea of worship. So they really want to make it look like you are really bowing down to these, what they would call false gods, what monotheism would call these gods false, right? But they just believe, they don't worship, according to this breakdown. I just thought that was interesting. Characteristics. The single deity is often seen as all-powerful, all-knowing, and ultimate ruler of the universe. The characteristics of polytheism. Each deity may have specific responsibilities or domains over aspects of nature or and life. Okay? So examples again of monotheism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. So Moors are not like American Indian. So examples of polytheism, ancient Greece, Roman religions, and Hinduism. And they make a point of not mentioning ancient Egypt. Because but it is, suggested that the Greeks learned from Egyptians. Okay. So what we wanted to do, I just wanted to look at, and I think it's up here. That's crazy, right? It is. Okay. Talk about free people of color. We did, the Constitution gave us enough. This is extra. Should we look at it? I had something specific though. When we oh, there it is. Okay, I found but to revisit the free persons versus American Indians. The question was, are American Indians and free persons the same? AI overview said no. American Indians and free persons have not been the same in the eyes of the U.S. law. Well, that's the only eyes we really want to really be concerned with. And the distinction between them was central to the legal and social structure of the early United States. While the Constitution counted free persons, it explicitly separated them from Indians. So free persons of color are not Indians, you see? While the Constitution counted free persons in their census for representation and taxed them, it explicitly separated them from Indians not taxed, effectively treating native, see there they go with the wordplay, effectively treating American Indians as distinct foreign entities rather than citizens. We were excluded from the census, treated as sovereign nation, but then they tried to say we domestic dependent. That's where the foolishness begins. Yeah, we're not, the 14th Amendment, the usual suspects. We were never supposed to, dual citizenship today. Today, Native Americans have a unique status of dual citizenship, being citizens of both their tribal nations and the United States. Oh, God. Okay, so, oh, wow, that does help, though, because that means white people, their dual citizenship is to the state and the Fed. Now, Anna says she don't want no part of that, and I agree with why she doesn't. But here we're seeing the dual citizenship that quote unquote Native Americans have is to their tribe and the federal government, which means they are dominated by the federal government. Okay. Now Anna's saying as a state national, she's not dominated by the federal government. You see? But they made sure that their Native Americans are dominated by the federal because their tribal governments don't got no say. That's why we say they ain't got nothing to offer you. We civilized tribes ain't got nothing to offer you that the government ain't give them. That means they don't have nothing. They got whatever the federal government give them. And that's usually not enough. And so they don't have nothing for you. Okay? So yeah, we just want to keep saying that free Indians and free persons have not been the same in the eyes of U.S. law because of the Constitution. We read that, right? Okay. So this is what there was something else on that. It was this free people of color. From naming to knowing, free people of color. Okay. Free people of color or free black people also worked on the construction of the capital. That was not Indians. Research indicates some of the people listed in the building's construction records as laborers, including young Evans Daniel Evans, young Evans, and young is a name. Young Evans and Daniel Evans, Billy Dunstan, Wilson Dunstan, Hugh Harp, and Warren Harp could be free people of color. The term free people of color included many different types of people. See, it's not Indians, y'all. And then when they group you in with other people, trust and know that you're not going to be the priority in those groups of different type of people. Some were born free and others were emancipated. No, that's not Indians, though. North Carolina followed the birth mother rule to determine the status of non-white people. If your mother was free, then you were free at birth. Biracial children born to a white mother were considered free. Descendants of Native Americans were also categorized as free people of color. So now they, been in the Native Americans as people of color, free people of color. Additionally, some could be born enslaved and then freed through the process of manumission. Though this was difficult, enslaved people could purchase themselves from their enslavers. Oh, Lord have mercy. Sometimes enslavers chose to free the people they enslaved, either willing it at their death or by manumitting during their lifetime. See, this is what the situation with Dred Scott was. I think his either his master died or his the state he was in didn't have slaves no more or whatever, and he thought he could be free. And they said, nope, we'll create a new citizenship for you. You can't be like these white people, but we'll create you one that makes you a District of Columbia citizen. In 1860, just before the Civil War, around 30,000 free people of color lived in North Carolina. While many of these individuals lived in eastern counties like Craven, where before the war, nearly 1/5 of the population of people of color was free. Free people of color did also live and work in Wake County. However, even free individuals were affected by slavery. Nah. Oh, okay. So that was it. Oh, that was it. I didn't even think we were gonna read this whole thing. But I think the part that I like here, uh, it could be many types of people. Free people of color, it's not exclusively American Indians. Okay. So I guess we should finish this. Free people of color did also live and work in Wake County. However, even free individuals were affected by slavery and the system of racial subjugation it created and reinforced. They faced discrimination as well as many laws restricting their interactions with both white people and enslaved African Americans. They were considered legally superior to enslaved people who had very few legal rights. Free people of color had legal personhood and recognized connections to their family. All that is saying to me is that we don't want to be none of this because it involves the federal system making laws for free persons. Okay? Indians, nobody makes our laws. So we just want to point out, the difference between American Indians and free persons of color. See, free people of color. Yeah. Okay, so lastly, the reason why we say that this government was created by Moors and not American Indians is based on this reading we did a while back. And it was covered in the video called The Five Civilized Tribes Are Moors. This article is what gave rise to that video. Because we read here, first of all, the Amaru Washita, which is all the five civilized tribes. The Amaru Washita Jegdamundia Moors were originally a group of priests from Egypt. Okay? Also known as the Dogon, Olmecs, and Mayans. Yeah. So there's a priesthood involved. That's what we want to get from this. Okay? The term Washita is a corruption of Urshata, the father and mothers of the mystics. To me, when I read that, I saw and they said that Abraham was from but Shata, what is Ursahata, the father and mother of mystics, and he was from a polytheistic background. Okay, so they're talking about a Moroccan government fell in 1956. But here's where we want to read. The 1787 Morocco Treaty of Peace and Friendship was a means to try to stop all of the fighting over land. Well, they shouldn't have been fighting over land because it belonged to American Indians. So the Moors shouldn't have been here fighting for anything because they are North African Berbers. So the Moors brung, I don't know, something going on with the English here. I don't know. I don't know. Sound a little funny. So the Moors brung the Europeans to the table. So who brought the Europeans? Was it Indians? No. The Moors brung the Europeans to the table to form a peaceful two-system government. One for the Moors and one for Europeans. Has Indians got anything to do with this? Hell no. Evidence of this two-system government can be found on the back of the $1 bill. Notice the two seals. You see one of a pyramid with an eye above it, which was the Moorish seal. So they're claiming Egypt, but they're claiming the Egypt in Africa. That's why they claim North Africa. But they don't talk about the original Chameri that was in South America. They don't talk about that. It's because they were expelled from there. We didn't want them, guys. We didn't want them. But they infiltrated some Indians in the Northeast area. And those Indians now believe that they are part Malian. Those are the five civilized tribes. They are Moors. See, the Moors come and all of a sudden you're not Indian anymore. They're calling you Moors. And you say, but I'm an Indian too. And the Moors say, well, after we tap that ass, you is one of us now. You are foreign. But that's not, yeah, I didn't want that though. Well, that's what you got. I guess you should have stayed uncivilized. Oh no. Well, you can go underground and, ain't nobody gonna bother you because we're gonna make you, become famous judges and sports figures and, put you in some seats of power, but you must say that you're from Africa though. But I'm an Indian though. Gonna have to stop saying that. Because the Indians are uncivilized and you're civilized now. So the Moors brung the Europeans, the whites, to the table. Okay, so now, mind you, they're not doing this in North Africa where they come from. They come into American Indians' house, and they're basically forcing the American Indians to entertain white people. It's the Moors that brought the Europeans to the table, right? To perform a peaceful two-system government. One for the Moors. Ooh, huh? and one for the Europeans. Where's American Indian in that? Well, the Moor going to drag that ass in there, but he calling you a Moor. See, you're being genocided by your Moorish family right there. He said that the government was for the Moors and the Europeans. Evidence of this two-system government can be found on the back of a $1 bill. Notice the two seals. You see one of a pyramid with an eye above it, which is the Moorish seal, and the other seal is that of an eagle holding 13 arrows, which is the European seal. That's why Anna had that in her letter. We saw it. Let's see if we can see it again. So Anna knows her place. It's the American Indians that don't know their place because the Moors are making sure that they don't. So let's look at Anna's letter one more time. Where is it? Oh boy, okay. In Anna's letter to President Trump, she has the seal that the Moors gave to the Europeans. So the eagle, and notice he has 13 arrows. So what does that mean? If this is the seal of the whites, and these 13 arrows are the 13 colonies, that means the Moor done gave the Caucasian your Algonquin land, the 13 colonies that became 13 states. And then this thing went ahead to go. Well, we know that Virginia was the whole United States. We got to remember that too. But first of all, the eagle was not the original bird of the Americas. It was a falcon. So whenever you see this eagle, know that they are genociding the falcon. Then it's a falcon that has a specific marking on under its eye. Sort of looks like the eye of Horus or Heru. It has that marking. The bald eagle don't have no marking. But what the interesting thing that the bald eagle has is its head is white and its body is copper color. I think that's why the Moors like this bird so much, because they want a white head in the Americas, and they want the Indians subjected to this white head. So that's why this is the bird of the United States. Anyway, I think we're going to have to close on that note. We've been going at this all day. But I really did want to touch on what we touched upon, and maybe we'll just have to touch upon it some more. But for now, we're going to say thank you for watching. Till next time, be only American Indians. We can't be free persons of color because free persons get taxed. Indians don't. Free persons are counted. Indians are not. Free persons have representatives in Congress. Indians do not. And just because the free person is of color, that could mean any color, you know? So that's what we wanted to talk about. Till next time, thank you so much for watching. Be and stay only American Indian.